Good morning, everybody. My name is Charles Wooden, CEO of Geekdom, and it's my pleasure to be opening up the Wednesday session of San Antonio Startup Week during the second week. Can we start off with a round of applause, get the energy level up a little bit? Crowd, why don't you guys get us started, please? Thank you. So today we have an amazing group of individuals that you're going to be hearing from. We're going to be talking about fundraising here in San Antonio, where to get capital. And so what I'm going to have the panelists do is give me a quick introduction on who you are and the company you're with. And then after you go once around, then I'm going to come back around so that we can hear what you're focusing on as far as who you're looking to fund, what size checks you're doing, those types of things. But just real quick, let's familiarize the crowd and YouTube. Who's on the stage? Why don't we go ahead and start with you?
Yes, thank you, Charles. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian Garzon, and I am the Executive Director for Alamo Angels. Alamo Angels is a group of angel investors here in the city of San Antonio. And we've recently integrated into the family of businesses of the Texas Research and Technology Foundation. And Velocity Texas, it's our sister organization. So I highlight those two just because the entrepreneurial ecosystem is usually making its rounds, and if you have not been familiar with Alamo Angels, you most likely know about TRTF or Velocity Texas, so happy to be here.
Good morning, my name is Justin McKenzie. I'm the Executive Director of Bernie-Kendall County Angel Network. We're an angel network housed in Bernie and Kendall County, really focused on bringing attention to our region, and that is the San Antonio region as a whole. And we have a number of angels that are just excited to be in the community, seeing the startups and understanding how Texas is winning in the economy today.
My name is Lee Christie. I am the CEO and Executive Director of both Beam and the Beam Angel Network. We have recently expanded into San Antonio as our first expansion city. And we fund female founders specifically, and are already on the ground and meeting with female founders who are part of the Beam Angel Network and looking for funding.
Perfect. Thank you. Mariano Gonzalez. I'm general partner of a fairly new micro VC fund out of San Antonio and also Mexico City. And we invest primarily in entrepreneurs focusing in creating value in the US or Mexico, particularly in the areas of fintech, consumer, and B2B software.
Awesome, thank you all. So I appreciate the introductions. And so now we'll go through really quickly. We'll start with Alamo Angels, and then tell us a little bit about who you're looking for, what the fund is for, and what size checks you're typically writing.
So Charles, what we do with Alamo Angels is we look for 3 companies every month, every single month, the third Wednesday of the month actually. So today we have a pitch event where we feature 3 companies. We happen to be industry agnostic, so we don't necessarily have any focus on a particular industry. As long as it's got the potential to provide a return on our investment, that should be a good fit. Now with that, what I usually like to do is share some metrics so that you can identify whether you are a good fit for what we're looking for. And we typically invest on companies that are within the seed stage of development. So anything prior to that, if it's an idea or concept stage, it may be a little too early for us. Most of the companies that come to Alamo Angels, they are typically raising anywhere between $500,000 and $3 million. We have had some that are raising a little bit more than that, but that's typically the amounts that we see from the companies that come to us. A lot of them already have revenues, and so monthly reoccurring revenues, it's always a plus, it's not a must, but I've seen that the ones that have successfully raised funding through our group typically have those numbers on MRRs. They already have a select team in place, they've got an MVP rollout, they've got early customer feedback, so while they're positioning themselves for growth, and they are past the idea and concept stage.
So very similar. We meet the third Thursday of every month, and we meet in Bernie. And we're looking for specifically femtech, healthcare, and then ag tech. And it fits our industries, niches in our region. And so that's the area of focus that we want to ensure that we're building here locally. Again, we're not looking for ideation. We're looking for people that are beyond MVP, have their teams in place, and we can raise anywhere from 50 to 250 pretty comfortably.
So with the Beam Angel Network, we are new. We just celebrated our first year. We solely focus on female founders. We are industry agnostic. We actually look at founders from across the United States. Why do we do that? Because it actually allows us to continue to keep our investors engaged. We attract more money, which at the end of the day helps us bring funding into companies in San Antonio and Austin. This week we are closing our 14th deal, and we will have put in $1.38 million in a year. Our deals range anywhere from $25,000 to $300,000. I would say the $300,000 is a little bit of an outlier. The check we are doing by the end of next week is $156,000. Like others, we like to see some traction. Our angels are very interested as all with the team, who is part of the team, traction, finances, and growth.
Thank you. And in our case, I would like to say that we see, I guess, in between the angel groups and then also larger VC funds. In our case, we invest between $50,000 and $150,000 as first check. As part of our strategy, we leave 30% of our fund for potential follow-ons. And we focus on companies at the early stage, both pre-seed and seed. The definition that we use is we're comfortable with companies that are early revenue or even before revenue, as long as they have a minimum viable product or very close to completing it. And so depending on the stage and traction, that's what drive the size of the check.
Awesome, thank you all. And so just for everybody's awareness today, number one, those of you watching on YouTube, if you do have questions, please put them in the chat. I do have my phone here, and I'll check a little bit later for questions. And then audience, if you do have questions, we'll have an opportunity to ask those a little bit later on in the session. But one of the intents today is to help demystify kind of what this looks like, how startups and how founders can get capital. And so with that in mind, why don't we go ahead and start with you, Mariana, and talk a little bit about what does your selection process look like when you do find somebody? What kind of things do they have to go through in order to get a check from you?
Yes, our typical process goes from first conversation to actually signing a deal and wiring the funds. It's about a month and a half. In general, I mean, we can make exceptions as need be, right? And the reason why we do that is because we want to get to know the founders really well. So first conversation is around the team and the vision. At any stage, if we realize that we're not the right partners for that founding team, then we let them know. If we believe that we could add value to their journey, then we proceed to a second conversation. And in that one, we focus a lot more on the unit economics and the competition. And then finally, if we move on to a third conversation, is more due diligence around the fiscal and the legal aspects of the business, and then essentially just clarifying any doubts that we may have, doing reference checks, and so on average about a month and a half. And the reason why I said that we could adjust as need be is there are certain cases of companies that maybe are part of an accelerator program, and in those cases, you do need to move a little bit faster to be competitive. So in those cases, it looks more like 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you. Lee, you want to share Beam's?
Yeah, so I think we continue to refine the process based upon the company. So when a female founder applies for funding, she will upload her document, she will upload a pitch deck, a video. We then have financial analysts, investors, and founders. A team of those actually review that pool of applicants. So right now I have a pool of about 14 female founders who are seeking investment. And after this team analyzes, reviews, shares their rating, we then push through applicants and they become opportunities for investment. For those that are not pushed through as opportunities of investment, we will reach out and let them know the finding and then actually ask them how we can support them. And then those who move forward as investment opportunities, those are then shared with our angel investors. We also are doing, I think, a better job of actually reaching out and sharing opportunities, which is deal flow and essential to growing angels and the networks. We then will have our angels, they all make individual decisions. We have done everything from a founder doing an online pitch deck through a pitch through COVID to now we're opening up those founders to doing one-on-ones with potential investors, because each investor seems to have very unique needs and they want to get that gut check and have that one-on-one personal conversation. Once we have a period of an open time for investors to buy in and share the amount they are funding, we then close that. You made a really good point, and sometimes you have to move more quickly. With one of the deals we're currently funding, I had to keep talking to the female founder to let her know that more money was coming in, to make sure she was holding that section of her funding round for us, because it's she just needs the money, so she can get it anywhere. And so that's usually the process. I would say it is regularly a month to a month and a half. We would love to move more quickly, but we also leave room for follow-ons. We leave room for a VC or a fund that may come in and want to lead it. So it does really depend on that founder. And then for those we actually do not end up funding, we will follow up and have conversations on, you're not ready, or this is the feedback that we'd love to give you. How can we continue to keep you in our ecosystem and find other ways to support you? So that's our process, and like I said, it definitely changes. We do not move where we have regular cycles, only because we want to make sure as the newness of the Beam Angel Network, that we're pushing through the deals with the most opportunity, and until that deal flow continues to ramp up, we're moving forward in that way.
Awesome, thank you, Justin.
So a very similar process, and I think that's going to be a consistent answer here. It takes about 2 months to work through a diligence team and ensure that the founder is ready. But I love the point of that feedback is critical, especially at this angel stage. It's important for us to give feedback to these founders on what was it that helped people decide to invest or not to invest. And so we spend a lot of time early on preparing in that first 2 months of introducing, knowing, going through diligence. And then we present, and we present in a unique way. We look at one company a month and we give them an hour and a half. And for those founders that want to listen to that strategy, that's presenting for 30 minutes and then taking questions for a long time. And as part of that conversation, you can learn a lot about a founder, a lot about their product and their readiness to hit the market based on how well they can do in that length of a question period.
Yeah, you definitely get beyond just the pitch at that point. You're going real deep. How about you, Sebastian? Anything different?
Yeah, so we've actually put a lot of time and effort on coming up with an application and selection process that will be a good experience for both the founders and the investors. And so it all starts with submitting an application on our website, alamoangels.com. And the application, as well as a copy of your pitch deck, are the 2 primary documents that we'll be reviewing as we go through the selection process. Then we go through a scoring process, kind of internally with a screening committee, and we apply scores based on the answers that we've gotten both from the application as well as what we see on the pitch deck. The highest scores then will go to a selection committee, and then that selection committee is the one that will vote on the 3 companies that they believe should be featured during our pitch event. And by the way, we are looking at deals from all over the nation, but as companies from San Antonio go through this process, when they get to the scoring process, they actually literally get bonus points. And so we obviously want to support the local entrepreneurial ecosystem. It is still a very competitive process, but we've put a little bit of a structure behind it to make sure that it's not just me, or it's only me and 2 other people, but all in all, there is 10 different people that will be looking at these applications before those 3 companies get selected. So after getting selected, they go through pitch coaching sessions. We want to make sure that they are ready, provide them with some feedback, and hopefully meaningful feedback that will help them get better, not only to pitch Alamo Angels, but as they go through the fundraising process. And then they come, so tonight, during the pitch event, what the companies will be doing is they do a 7-minute pitch, 10-minute Q&A, and then we'll have some time for an internal discussion. It's very Shark Tank-like. It's a full room full of investors, and the company comes, they do the pitch, then they do the Q&A. All in all, 7-minute pitch, 10-minute Q&A, it's only 17 minutes, which may or may not be enough for an investor. Usually it's not enough time for an investor to make up their minds. And so what we do is we schedule what we call deep dive sessions the week after. And that will be a 1-hour-long session with those that heard the pitch and got an interest to learn more about the company, as well as the founder for a whole hour, the founder and anybody else within their team, of course, that they believe need to be part of it. And that really lets us deep dive, as the name of the session says, into what the company is all about. From that point on, we usually have a better idea whether this is an investable opportunity for us. Then we'll move on, due diligence, and then we'll write them a check. Obviously, it's a very high-level overview, but that's typically what the process looks like.
I think that's really helpful. We get a lot of companies that walk up, within our space at Geekdom and just being like, where do I get money? And I think that this process is completely foreign to them. So it's really great that you guys walk through each one of your own perspectives and what that looks like, because I think one of the key things that I heard all of you say is feedback. Feedback is a key piece to that. Even though you're going up and you're trying to get a check, that's not always the most valuable piece of what you're going to be getting from it. So keep that in mind, that feedback from individuals who have the ability to write checks is one of the most important things. So next question that I have for you is, what was the last investment that you did and why? Anybody start off?
So I can start. So we have been operating for a year, and we have been fairly active. As you all know, the market has been growing exponentially. So we have been invested in 17 companies. The most recent one is one coming out of Chicago. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the buy now, pay later business model, which essentially allows you to purchase something and then have a 0% interest payment schedule on that purchase. What we really liked about this particular company was that we have seen a lot of companies that do buy now, pay later for a particular purchase, like a refrigerator or something like that. And this team is the first company that actually focuses on things that are more repeatable. So the strategy was, let's look at something that allows us to get the highest value possible from a customer on a recurrent basis. So they are the first company that they're doing buy now, pay later, but for rent, utilities, and and we met the team about a month and a half ago, and we had multiple conversations with them. And to us, it is always about the right founder team, whether they know the problem intimately well, whether there's a solid story as to why do they want to dedicate their life for the next few years in solving for this problem. Is their founder problem fit, so to speak? And then also, of course, we need to make sure that they're going after a market that is growing, that is gives us the belief that it could be something very large. And beyond that, it's just combination of looking at their traction, testing the platform, the product, and we really like that company, and so that's the most recent one that we added to our portfolio.
That's awesome. Thank you.
So I'll jump in and say Hera Biotech is one of the ones that we've funded recently, and we were excited about. It fit our industry niche of femtech, which I'm more and more at TechFuel last week. We saw Jennifer Newell do really well. So femtech in the region is doing exciting things. Our angels were interested in that topic, and then we started looking at the market size. We looked at where they were in their stages, and then their leadership team, who was backing them. And when we talk about investing in a company, to your point, we're investing in a founder, and a founder that can go out and market it, move the market on a national scale from this region was a really exciting story for our angels.
That's awesome.
I'll jump in there because with Hero Biotech, we're a huge fan of Summer, who is the founder. But I will say 2 founders that we have funded, who I actually have met with in the last week, we stay in close contact with those founders. One is Blenders and Bowls, the other is Esker. And they both have in common a couple of things that made us very interested. One, like you said, the founders really know what they're doing and they have the expertise. So both Kara and Aaron with Blenders and Bowls had actually been in the business for about 10 years and bootstrapped it. They were a location and you could buy their product in-house. They then wanted funding to go into a different vertical where they were actually putting the product on grocery shelves. So they knew what they were doing. They already had a reputation. We then, with Esker, Shannon Davenport, she had been in the business of analyzing products and spaces and industries for a long time at a corporate level. She tapped into the beauty industry of self-care. She's e-commerce, extremely impressive, has been bootstrapped, only looking for $360K and wanted to remain bootstrapped. So she runs really lean, which also helps. But I would say, as we're all saying, right, it's the founder, it's their experience, it's the team. So that's why we were attracted to those 2.
Sounds good.
Charles, I'm going to give you 3 of the companies that we've recently invested on. And the reason for that is to answer your question, the one that we've most recently invested on, it's a company called Fitness City. And they are building the largest platform of wellness tests. So that is the one that we've invested the most recently. But there is another one prior to that, and actually both of them, now that I'm thinking about this, are female founders. Yeah. It's a company called Key.co, and what they do, and the reason I bring that up is because I've personally invested on that one. So Alamo Angels, the most recent, Fitness City, the one that I've personally invested on, it's called Key. And that one, they are curating, they have a set of curated homes, high-end luxury homes, where you can basically kind of do like an Airbnb type of thing where you can book them, but you can also book in-house services as well as experiences around it. And so that was a really good company, and we've made a pretty significant investment as a group.
Sorry.
And then the other one that I wanted to highlight is Albionics. The reason I highlighted is because that's a local company, is one that you guys are probably familiar with. They just got second place at the Tech Fuel event last Thursday. And I really love to tell their story because one of the first investments they got was actually from Alamo Angels. And that kind of positioned them in the trajectory that they are running through right now. So I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of different perspectives.
Yeah, that's great. I had the opportunity to hear Ryan pitch just before Tech Fuel, the day before he was doing a prep test. He's got it on spot. So if you guys aren't aware, check out Albionics. They're doing some great things locally.
And maybe if I can add something, just in terms of Alamo Angels. So as I mentioned, we have been operating for 1 year, and our companies are still in the process of growing. The very first one where we actually now have an official markup is a company called Go Subscription, which essentially allows you to subscribe to a vehicle as opposed to purchasing or leasing it, and they actually have significantly lower prices since the prices are on a fleet basis. So long story short, we met that company about a little bit more than a year in Alamo Angels. And then we basically, continue to be connected. And yesterday they announced the largest seed round that we have had in our portfolio. They went from a pre-seed of $1 million to a seed of $41 million in both equity and debt.
Yeah.
And so again, I mean, that goes to show not only the very good opportunities that come through the San Antonio ecosystem, but also the possibility of us collaborating.
Agreed.
It's a great point because the companies that have mentioned, I think we've all seen them at some point at different stages, and they take that feedback, they adapt, and then they go to the next group. I would remind founders that it is a small community. You're going to be seen by the same people in different rooms multiple times as you're on your fundraising journey. And so it's something to keep in mind as you go throughout the state.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I want to highlight that I'm hearing you say, just to really draw an underline underneath of it, is a lot of collaboration between all four of you right here on the stage. And that I think spreads beyond just the stage. It's across the state, it's across the country. It's something that if there's a good deal, others are going to know about it. And I think that's also something we were just talking about before we stepped up on stage, that you also have a small window in order to capitalize on this. If you're ready to go, you're ready to go, and you gotta sprint. 6 months is kind of that timeline to get in front of who you need to find the money that you need to grow. So thank you all for sharing that. I think as we're going through this discussion, there's a lot of little nuggets that entrepreneurs and startups can take away. But if you had to highlight one from each one of your perspectives that you would want to give to an entrepreneur or a startup right now, so that they could walk away knowing, this is something that I need to take under advisement, I need to prepare for if I am ever going to pitch in front of you, what is that one piece of advice you want to give?
I guess more than an advice, what I would like to say is that I joke that even though I have gray hair or no hair, I consider myself part of the new breed of VC firms, and so we do not believe in warm introductions, meaning anyone can access us. So on my website, my email is public. Also my Twitter account. So one of I guess the message that I would like to communicate is feel free to reach out. We have, out of the 18 companies in which we have invested, 4 of them have come directly to me, right? Through Twitter, through email, no relationship whatsoever, no warm introductions. And I think one of the things that has come out of it is that if you look at our portfolio, even though we do not have a diversity mandate, because my philosophy is that I like to invest in anyone, as long as it's a great product and a great founding team. Having said that, 75% of our investments have been in companies that have at least one diverse founder, whereas that may be a woman founder or a person of color. So I guess I will leave you with the message that feel free to reach out. You do not have to go through the motions of finding somebody who knows me. Just contact me directly.
I would agree, but I think my message would be slightly different in that the entrepreneur and the founder being really open to feedback on you're not ready, and being open to understanding that. And then also something we're seeing is it may be a founder doesn't understand or just hasn't become aware of all the opportunities, specifically in our case, that she has. So for example, personal loans, going to a bank, bootstrapping. So going through an angel network is not always the best fit for a founder. And even some of our investors have actually stood up and said, I'd really like to talk to that founder because this may not be the best avenue for her. So I think just being really open to those conversations, and then really understanding your options from a financial perspective so that you as a founder can make the right decision when you're starting out.
It's an excellent point, and I was going to say, know your money, know your ask, understand what you're expecting from a group, and have your boundaries, because not all money is equal. And when you look at an angel community, you're looking at a very diverse and sophisticated group of investors. And they may come in and say, oh, I'll do this for that. And if you aren't established enough and you haven't had mentors around you that said, hey, that's a good idea, or hey, caution, you can end up in a deal that will impact your company for years to come. So I would encourage, angels are all mentors. They all want to have a few minutes with you. They all want to give feedback. They all love that you're on this entrepreneurial founder journey. Take them, understand what that feedback that they give, but be committed to your product, who you are, and have good guidance behind what type of money you're ready to accept.
What I will tell founders is three things. Number one, feedback. Number two, the team. And then number three, relationships. And what I mean by that is, number one, in terms of feedback, try to get as much feedback as you can. I've come across founders that sometimes they say, well, I need you to sign an NDA. Or, like that's not a thing anymore, really. Like you actually will benefit more from getting feedback from multiple people so that you can establish that structure that will be the successful structure, or that successful pitch in the event that you are pitching an angel network or anybody else that's an investor. But if you get feedback from multiple people, that's going to make a huge difference. Right now, I'm participating at the Velocity Texas Accelerator. Every single Friday, we go through pitch coaching sessions, and we invite a lot of different guests. Charles was one of them, right? And so we always expose them to feedback from different perspectives so that they can get better at what they are doing. I know that last week, TechFuel, I think Geekdom also provided feedback to those companies, and if you would have been there, you would have seen such a great job they did, but it was not out of nowhere. They got a lot of mentors along the way, and so feedback is very important. Number two, the team. Typically when companies are doing their pitches, they tend to, maybe they are too humble, but they don't spend the time on speaking about their team and the credentials and the experience that their team members have. And to our panel's point, previously we said we are looking to invest on the team, right? And what I typically say is we invest on the jockey and not on the horse. Right? You could have the best idea in the world, but if you do not have the knowledge or experience to execute, it's going to be an idea, right? And you may have an okay idea, but you've got this rock star team. I'll guarantee you that idea will go from point A to point B, right? And then last but not least, relationships. Try to be, if you guys are here, I'll applaud you because of that, because this is what it means to be a founder, and this is how you really move the needle. You gotta go out there, you gotta establish relationships. For those of you watching online, hopefully you can make it in person next time, right? You really want to be face to face to some of these people that can help you accomplish your goals. If you have not watched the latest video from Geekdom, I will encourage you to watch it. It was so funny, but it's so true, right? So there's two people in the elevator. They're thinking, one of them is a venture capitalist, the other it's a founder. And so the founder is just kind of thinking on the elevator, I wish I had someone that will invest on my company, and I wish I will come across someone, and they have right next to him that someone that could have invested on them. And he was thinking too much, and then the lady left, and he just missed out on a very good opportunity. That happens every day. Maybe right now you're sitting next to someone that can help you. And so establishing those relationships is going to be key.
I mean, there's amazing gold in every one of your feedback, but I love that, relationships are key, and if you're not networking, you're not gonna find that next opportunity. It has to be a key of what you're doing. And I also really want to draw, I'm huge on analogies. I love the analogy, you're betting on the jockey, not the horse. That's very helpful. And I think that there's some other analogies out there, but one thing that I do want to draw that you're kind of hearing from all of them as well, how important pitching is. And so keeping that in mind, I've heard the statistic, I don't know how true it is, but I think it's relatively true, that you're going to have to pitch about 100 times before you get that first check. So keep that in mind. You're not going to get it your first time around. Get used to hearing no, be vulnerable, and be willing to hear feedback. Those are key pieces that I think are resounding in everyone's feedback. I'll ask one more question, then I'm going to open it up to the audience. And the question that I have is, all of you are involved in some way, shape, or form in this local ecosystem. what advice can you give, or what is it going to take for this ecosystem to step up and get some more of that money flowing towards it? What is it missing? What does it need in order to level itself up?
I think, by the way, the ecosystem on Friday, and I'm giving you guys a lot of prompts here, but you guys are a very important part of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. On Friday, we're celebrating the 10 years at Geekdom, and hopefully you all can make it. Especially those of you watching online, I'm gonna pick on you because you should have been here. But the entrepreneurial ecosystem in San Antonio in 10 years is way different from what it used to be back then, right? So we've evolved. But we also, it's an ecosystem because there's a lot of different players, so we all need to do our part. And so from an investment standpoint, we need more investors, right? We need you to be part of Beam, of the Bernie Angel Network, maybe invest through MGB Capital, become an Alamo Angel. It doesn't matter which one you choose, okay? Or hopefully you choose them all, but just be active. That's a really good way to give back to the ecosystem. From a founder's perspective, get involved. Coming back to my message about relationships. We've got a pretty big room right now, and we've got a good number of people attending, but I know that there is quite a few online. Next year, you all need to make it a point to be here. That is a way in which we all can contribute and make it better. So I think in order for us to get better as a whole, we need to stop talking about it, and we need to start doing things, by ourselves. So that would be my message.
Great feedback.
So similar, it's building the ecosystem, and Bernie Kendall County focused on bringing part of the region that was quiet into the San Antonio ecosystem. And it comes from building these microsystems around that activate those investors that wouldn't come down to an event in the middle of the week, late at night.
Downtown traffic, yeah.
So I think we have an opportunity to expand the region and think about San Antonio as a region. And then we also have companies like Latium that have started up and allow us to do funding here locally instead of going to Utah to find your special purpose vehicle provider. Having the money sourced and housed and managed here builds a lot of credibility, and it starts to say, well, if you come to Texas, come to the San Antonio region, come to Bernie, and start your SPV. And then we had a lot of opportunities with an SPV where we took it around the state. Angel Networks as a whole may not have been interested as a whole to invest, but because the founder had an open SPV, they were able to bring other angels in. And that kind of community, and you do a great job bringing the angel networks together. I think we need to do more of that statewide so that Texas can capture this momentum that we have. A lot of companies are moving here. A lot of founders are saying, I'm tired of the East Coast, the West Coast, Texas is doing something exciting. They need to, instead of Austin, Houston, San Antonio needs to be on that map. It needs to be a stop for entrepreneurs. And we say it needs to be the start for entrepreneurs, because you'll be successful here. You'll have the credibility, you'll have the vehicle set up for investment that you can go out and raise successfully in Austin, Houston, and Dallas.
Love that.
I feel, and our entire team feels very fortunate that San Antonio is our first expansion city. One, because Austin and San Antonio need to be doing more together. But I would say we had our first event for female founders at Geekdom, and I was blown away by the number of female founders. There were probably 50 who had never, for the most part, been connected to each other. They truly didn't have relationships. And I think as we grow and expand those relationships with angels and investors and with founders in San Antonio, that's where the empowerment and the education and the support really comes together, where we can find those founders who are ready to scale, those who are looking for mentorship. But I think just bringing that together, and Beam and the Beam Angel Network is incredibly fortunate to be working with many on this panel, in the sense that have welcomed us into the ecosystem, right? And we are sharing deals, and we are making sure that we are supporting female founders here. We're growing that network. And for us, it's also part of San Antonio. There are so many amazing leaders in this city. I mean, they'll blow you away, right? So you have these very successful, high-level female leaders, whether a founder or someone in a company. And being able to leverage that leadership and that expertise to help bring female founders to the table and have those conversations, I think is just, it's coming to San Antonio and it's naturally happening.
That's great to hear, and I just want to highlight one thing that you said that was a comment that went online was connections between founders is key. You know, seeing that room that day, 50 female founders in the room was amazing. Every one of them, you know, you could see that they were surprised by the person who was sitting next to them, and I think that that's a key piece. With kind of going with Sebastian's feedback, networking among each other is a key piece of success. Mariano, you have anything to add?
I think my colleagues already covered everything, and the only thing that I would add is just take advantage of where you are. I think it is upon us to as investors to continue building the entrepreneurial ecosystem in San Antonio. I see some. I used to live in Chicago, and I see. It reminds me of that second city mentality vis-a-vis New York. And I don't think we should think that way. I think we have an enormous pool of resources in this city, very close also to Monterrey, Mexico, and I think we just need to take advantage of that. We have to do a lot more in terms of education for founders, but also for potential LPs. Mm-hmm. This is an asset class that in the past 20 years ago, it was only accessible to the elite of the elite in the world. And whereas today with crowdfunding, access to micro VC funds, nano VC funds, and with talent being distributed and with the ability to work remotely, I'm not going to say that it's easy, but it's easier to get funding. So I think that as leaders in the community, we need to do our part in educating and bringing more founders and more investors to the mix.
Sorry, real quick, you mentioned Monterey, and I think San Antonio has a great opportunity to define its ecosystem. Yeah. You've heard us talk about female founders. That is a market and a niche of group that's looking for a home. I love what Beam is doing, but San Antonio could be that home for femtech. That's an area that we're really passionate about, and we have the leadership in San Antonio to do that. The other part is Monterey. Monterey Tech is one of the greatest engineering schools in our hemisphere, and I would encourage anyone that's not looking at San Antonio as the gateway to Mexico to really reevaluate that and understand the relationship our communities have together and the opportunity that San Antonio has to be that gateway and really define our ecosystem as an international ecosystem that is thriving and ready to be defined.
Charles, let me make an additional comment. I apologize, we are very passionate about this topic, but Justin had mentioned this, and through the comments that the panel have shared, we are actually coordinating an effort with all the different angel networks across the state of Texas. There's about 16 of them that are actively funding companies. And I don't mean to say this to gain any recognition per se, but Alamo Angels is actually coordinating that effort to get them all together in the same place. Once a month, we meet, the panel is part of this, and the main purpose of that is to share deal flow as well as to learn best practices. The reason I say that is because a lot of times I hear comments of, you know what, I'm just going to go to Houston because the Houston Angel Network is definitely going to fund me. You know what, I'm just going to go to the Central Texas Angel Network because that's where I'm going to get the money at. And guess who's coordinating this? Is little San Antonio, right? Doing it. And by the way, Houston Angel Network, Central Texas Angel Network are participants of this effort. Yeah. Okay? And so you don't have to go anywhere, you just come to San Antonio, go to any of these networks, and we'll make sure that you are plugged in. And then my last comment will be, you do have to be a good quality company. Don't expect that just because you think that your idea is great, unfortunately, people don't want to tell you, but sometimes you do have an ugly baby. And so just gotta work on making it better. Make it beautify your baby, and make sure that it's ready to the point that we, as investors, we can actually write you a check. If that is the case, we can open up a lot more opportunities, ideally within the state of Texas. My vision with this is, if you are a company, let's take Hera Biotech, raising funding, you come to these networks, you get funding from these networks, then we syndicate the deal through all the other angel networks in Texas, and you don't ever have to leave your home state.
Right.
Okay.
And that's really important too, right? Is we're not giving money in our angel networks to move that founder outside of San Antonio. It's being given to the founder in San Antonio and helping that founder grow here.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to point out, you brought this up earlier, this journey for the San Antonio ecosystem started about 10 years ago, and not every one of you has been formed within the last 10 years, right? Mm-hmm. Some of us within the last year or so. And I think that that's a key piece. The ecosystem is answering some of the calls that are needed. There's funding there, there's opportunity, and now it's time for, these ideas, these startups to level up and get ready for being able to have these conversations to get this investment. And so I would love to open it up to the crowd, see if we have any questions out here. What's your question?
Thank you for your time. Is it ever too early for a founder or company to reach out? Let's say maybe 6 months out from when they just got their MVP, but they really need some winning idea. Is it ever too soon?
So I'm just going to repeat your question because I stole your mic. So the question is it ever too early to start a conversation with you?
I guess my answer to that is definitely there's many times when a company is too early to get funded, but it's never too early to reach out and start building those relationships and get feedback. Mm-hmm. I see a lot of founders who are essentially building on their own, and essentially they make many mistakes, right, that could have been avoided if they had reached out to angel networks or other investors and essentially get the guidance as to what would be the best way for them to move forward. That's my take.
So I think the point of networking is important. You can't develop an idea in your basement and then pop up and say, I need money. So the more visible you are in the community, the more recognizable you are in the community, those doors will be open, those doors will be available when you're ready to pitch. So being visible, being in the community, and knowing who's out there is a great place to start.
I'll add one additional thing and then I'll get to your question, which is that, I also think that when we talked about this right before stepping on stage, when you do reach out, be willing to hear the feedback that you're going to hear. That's a key piece. So I want to say that for all founders, we see it all the time in Geekdom, and I think it's a key piece. Sir, question? Yeah.
So I read that funding is possibly drying up given the baby boomers retiring. Is there any talk about that?
So just to repeat your question, baby boomers exiting the area, and how does that affect funding is your question?
Right. They're retiring, so now instead of investing, they're spending it on themselves. And so, since they're the largest generation, they're going to be reduced funding.
I see. So how do you guys see that happening with baby boomers leaving kind of the investment area? How do you see that affecting what you do?
So I'll jump in and say that is my community in Bernalillo County. It's people that have retired out of Houston, retired in California. They've come out and they're looking for something to put time and money into. I don't think they're retiring out of investment. I think they're retiring into a new phase of life that gives them more bandwidth to mentor and give back. And they've typically, if they're an angel investor, are well positioned to continue funding organizations, particularly at this stage. But I wouldn't look past that they're now available as mentors and counsel in the startup side.
So you would say that their investment dollars are now leaning more towards expertise?
Expertise and availability of those dollars, because they've transitioned out of raising kids, they've transitioned out of paying mortgages, they've transitioned into a new phase of life typically that gives them more freedom.
Yeah, and many of them are in the process of beginning to look at creating generational wealth, right? And so now I actually think that there's a lot of money, right? There's a lot of dry powder in the world, and that also includes Texas. And it's interesting when you talk about retiring. I'm not a baby boomer, but technically I retired from strategy consulting, which I did for 17, 18 years, and I'm fully focused on investing. So I think many things have happened over the last 15, 20 years that have made entrepreneurship much more attractive. Certainly, it's less expensive to aspire to create a digital startup that could potentially be scaled. And there's a lot of access to capital through many different groups, but also geographies. So now I think that in this market, if a founding team is having trouble getting traction and getting funded, they need to listen, right? And they need to rethink what it is that they're doing, because they shouldn't have as much problem in getting started.
And I would actually add to that. So angel investing is risky. So if you're in your later years, real estate may be where you're putting your money. You are advising, but I don't know that that's the best use of someone's funds at that level. I mean, we're seeing individuals step up at a very high rate with an interest in investing in women. They're just looking to figure out, how do you do it? What do I need to play with? And everyone at the angel level has their own strategy. Some will put $10,000 in every deal. Some will have a goal in every month. So the more individuals, right, and I would say the number of companies that are IPOing even in and around San Antonio continues to grow. So younger generations, right, are really looking at, how do I put my money at play, right? So I would say not so much of a worry in the older generations, but actually let's focus on the generations who have the cash right now to invest in these early stages and take on that risk. And part of all of us, right, is doing that deal share, so that when you have a hungry or an investor who has a specific appetite for a specific company, that we can actually as a whole feed that and fund more funders and educate more investors.
And crowdfunding's made it really approachable. As long as you're an accredited investor, crowdfunding allows you to come in at levels that people might say, oh, I'm not an angel investor. I'm not ready to write a $50,000 check. And that's not typically what our ask is. So crowdfunding and the rule changes in 2012 really opened up a new investment market that, if you're not aware of, you should talk to us about.
Aaron?
Just tagging on to that, what are the investment minimums for each of you? And for somebody that hasn't done early stage investing before but is considering it, what is the pitch that you guys have for LC in your case?
So just to repeat the question, she was asking the panel what their lowest investment rate is, and then also for somebody who wants to get involved and be a part of your network to invest, what do they have to bring to the table, correct?
Got it. So in the case of MGB Capital, or first check to founders is between $50,000 and $150,000. In terms of becoming an LP in our fund, we actually took the strategy of creating a nano fund and then a micro fund and then move up that way. So we made it accessible and it's $25,000, and we periodically reassess. And as we get closer and closer to the threshold of 100 investors. So 25 plus.
And we're a bit different. So in order to be part of the Angel Network the Beam Angel Network as an accredited investor, if you are a couple or an individual, you would pay $2,000 to be part of our network and to have access and eyes on deals. And we actually share deal opportunities that don't come directly through the Beam Angel Network. If you are a VC, you pay $5,000 to join. A lot of these investors actually are just looking at who's coming through the pipeline watching for founders, we do not have a minimum, and you do not, as a Beam Angel investor, you're not required to put in money. So for example, we have one couple who's already done $15,000 for the year and has already let me know that despite what's coming down the pipe, they've tapped out for the year. So they're interested in seeing the next deal in early 2022. So I think with the early stages of the Beam Angel Network, right, we are funding at high levels and at a high pace, but it's also allowing founders to come in and learn from one another without having to put in a minimum at this stage.
And is that a one-time charge, $2,000, $5,000, or is that annual?
It's annual. So we'll often have, actually one of the things that's happening more and more is that those who are accredited investors are coming in and renewing their memberships. And these investors, which we're all familiar with, are actually growing their brand as an investor outside of the Angel Network. So not only are they keeping an eye on your deal flow, they're also funding deals that aren't in the Angel Network. So for those investors paying an X number of dollars a year just to see your deal flow, it's a drop in a hat for those investors.
That's great.
So very similar. We're $1,000 in year one and then $500 recurring every year. And we do that to make it approachable, make it affordable. Despite being an accredited investor, which you have to be to invest, we want you to participate. So we don't want the barrier of entry to be so high that those new angel investors or those younger generations coming up and starting to learn that are watching other investors and defining their strategy, we want it to be approachable. So when we look at the founders, our minimum deal has been $25,000, but as we do special purpose vehicle crowdfunding, that's $2,500 minimum investment from an individual angel. So making it where somebody can come in and at a low cost of entry, learn how to invest, learn what more experienced investors are doing, and see the deal flow from around the state is a great way to get started.
Erin, what we do at Alamo Angels is typically, we go by our starting point is typically the minimum investment amount that the company has set for themselves. What I can tell you is 80% of the deals that we've seen since the beginning of the year, the minimum investment amount has been $25,000. So that's usually a good number, and then we go above that depending on what the company is asking. One thing that we do for you guys as founders is, let's say that you are a company and you've set $100,000 minimum investment amount, and we potentially have 4 investors that want to invest on your company, but they don't necessarily want to come in at that level. We encourage them, and the emphasis is on the encouragement. We cannot force them to do it, but we do invite them to join forces, get together, maybe form an SPV, some sort of legal entity, and invest through that. That way they can meet that minimum investment amount, and everyone is happy. We understand that sometimes as founders, you don't want to overcomplicate and come up with a messy cap table, and so we try to help out on that way.
That's awesome. And I thank you all, and thank you, crowd, for all the amazing questions, and YouTube for tuning in and watching. Real quick, we'll end with you just mentioning how somebody can get a hold of you, and if you'll be available for questions for the crowd afterward. I think there might still be some interest in that. So why don't you go ahead and kick us off, Sebastian?
Yeah, if you have more questions about Alamo Angels, please look up our website, alamoangels.com. We have a fairly good description of the type of companies that we're looking for, what the selection process looks like. On our calendar, it shows when the deadlines for pitching our network are. And so most of the information that you will most likely be looking for should already be housed on the website. If you guys are here in person and have some questions, in the front row we have Francisco. He's also working for Alamo Angels, and he has got a ton of knowledge as of how the group operates. So please take advantage of Francisco as a resource, and then myself, reach out to me via social media, send me an email, sebastian@alamoangels.com, any way you can or any way you want. I'm typically open for discussions.
So our website is bkcan.org, Bernie Kendall County Angel Network.org. My email is on there as well. It's justin@bkcan.org, and my phone number is there. We really encourage those founders to reach out and have the conversation, start the process, and understand what the next steps are, and understand that you might not be ready, and we might tell you that. But it doesn't hurt to reach out, start the conversation, and I'll be available afterwards if you're in the room.
So I would say going to beamfounders.org is a great layout of how to join the Beam Angel Network, whether you're an investor in training or an accredited investor. And it also shows and highlights the process of how to go through that process as a founder. Always available for outreach. My email address is leigh at beamfounders.org. And then happy to stick around for any questions.
And in our case, easiest way is to go to our website is mgbcapitalgroup.com. MGB as in Massive Growth Ventures, and there you have basically access to all of our email addresses and Twitter accounts. So happy to chat soon.
Well, this has been amazing. What a great start to Wednesday. Thank you all for showing up. Crowd, let's show them some love as they exit the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, 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 everybody. Thank you for being here. It's Wednesday, San Antonio Startup Week, week 2. Yeah, let's give it up. Yeah. So we ditched the chairs because we want to keep this interactive. We want to keep the energy going. And yeah, so today we're going to talk about startup guidebook, ideation journey, entrepreneurs out there, people starting companies. If it's just an early idea, hopefully you'll get some value out of this conversation. Real quick, let's do some introductions. I'll start. My name is John Garcia. Chaz. Some people know me as Chaz. A little inside joke for some of y'all out there. Who are you, sir?
Oh, my name is Washington, and I'm here with the Entrepreneurial World and a proud member of the Geekdom community.
Yes. And I am Leslie Chasnoff. I am the Geekdom Programs Director. Happy to chat with you guys today a lot more about the startup journey and this awesome resource we've created here at Geekdom to kind of get you to dip your toes in the water and start thinking about what steps to take for your new idea in your company. And we're going to dive into a couple tools too for the early ideate stage today.
I love it. I love it. So when people come to Geekdom, a lot of the times they're showing up just early stage ideas and they want to know what the first step is. Well, like Leslie said, we created this resource, so we'll talk about that briefly, but we're also going to go over the lean canvas. So some of y'all may have heard about this, but yeah, happy to answer questions if you have them. We're going to go through that. So Leslie, why don't you take us through this beautiful PDF that we have here?
Yes, so if you're here physically today, we have these guidebooks. If you'd like one, Roger, one of our other program managers, is right here. He can toss one over to you. If you're tuning in virtually, if you go to geekdom.com, to our website, there's a pop-up right when you get there, and you can download the PDF from there. So again, we have these awesome guidebooks, and you can see the first four words on the title: ideate, cultivate, shape, and grow. So in our time at Geekdom over the last 10 years, crazy, it's been 10 years since it's open, we've really honed in and focused on the early stage startup journey. And through those last 10 years, we've kind of created these 4-step sections of the journey that we typically see entrepreneurs go through. So first is ideate, right? This is pretty clear, I think. You have an idea, whether that came from a problem you're experiencing, a problem that a sister or brother is experiencing, someone in your life, something that you see out there that you're like, oh, I think I can fix this, I have a better way to do this. Or you just have this dream of a thing that you want to exist in the world, right? So ideate. So that's kind of the first step. You're like, I got this idea, how do I start working on it and shaping it into something a little bit more like an actual business? It's not just an idea. So that brings us to the cultivate stage after that. In the cultivate stage, you're taking that idea, you've done a little bit of work on a business plan, you've maybe started thinking about your MVP, which is a minimum viable product, and you're shifting into this mode of how do I actually launch the first thing, get the first feedback, you really make this a real thing that's happening in my life and in the world. And then when you get to the shape, that's when you have a product out there, maybe just be your baby little beta version, right? But something's out there in the world, you're getting traction, you're getting feedback, you're getting users, maybe your first bit of revenue, and you're starting to really figure out how you can grow it into a business that can sustain itself and continue to grow and evolve. And of course, the growth stage after that. That's when you're probably maybe raising your first rounds of funding, really ramping up marketing and sales, building your team out, all of those good things. So that is our Geekdom startup journey in a nutshell. So this guidebook, as we go through here, so this first, obviously, pages are going to tell you a little bit about the mission and why and the journey. And we get into the ideate phase. So a couple tools will get thrown out for each of these sections. So we have the lean canvas, which we'll be talking about more in depth in just a minute, which is a tried and true tool. You'll use this at startup weekends if you come to those, 3DS, lots of entrepreneurial classes and things like that at universities as well. It's a great way to just brainstorm and iterate on a basic business model for your idea.
Just by a quick show of hands, who here is familiar with the lean canvas or has used the lean canvas before?
All right.
Cool. Awesome.
If you haven't, no worries. Like I said, we're going to go through an example of that in just a little bit. But some of the questions that you're really thinking through at this stage is, you know, are you providing a solution to a real problem out there? Is this something that you're doing? Is it unique? Is it new? Is it innovative? Is it exciting? And then how is it different from what's already out there? Because someone's already trying to solve that problem, right, in some way. But how are you making it different? What differentiates you? And then we talk a little bit about the minimum viable product. Again, that's your MVP. So the first thing you can actually build and put out into the people's hands to test that your idea and your business plan might actually work. Or if you're testing it and you figure out what you're doing isn't working, you understand how to pivot, change it, and try again so that you get to the right thing. So we talk a little bit about MVP here and a product plan. There's a link there to help you walk through that. And then, of course, at some point in the stage, you're also going to have to figure out, how do I become an actual business, like really though legally? And for that, we talked a little bit about the different types of entities you can become as a business and how that might affect you as a startup and what you're doing as far as IP law and should I become an LLC, a C Corp, an S Corp? There's so many questions for that, which we also have a great thing coming up tonight. I'm going to plug it now and again later. We have a legal clinic tonight if you are interested in looking at that, where you can receive 15-minute consultation with lawyers and get a free LLC filed.
Never a sole proprietor. Never a sole proprietor. I tell everybody, never a sole proprietor.
And then as you continue to go through our guidebook, again, you'll get some more resources on your cultivate stage. So starting to look a little bit at the product itself, how to grow it, looking at things like diving into your target market. Again, like event storming is a cool thing we typically do during this stage. And our program that's fit for this at Geekdom is our incubator program. So this is where you'd come and work with us for 10 weeks to incubate that idea that you had in the ideate stage. You're looking at KPIs, which is something we'll also kind of talk about in the business model canvas. You're looking at how are you tracking and measuring the success of what you're working on, that kind of thing. And then in your shape section, this is when you're really, again, this is when you're starting to build traction. You have something out there in the world. So a lot of this is talking about raising capital, pitching. You're going to have to go out there and talk about your business all the time. So how do you do that well in a way that resonates with not only investors, but potential customers, clients, if you're trying to grow your team, that kind of thing. So we focus a lot on pitching there for our pre-accelerator program. And then the grow stage, we also have a couple of different links in there that talk about our pre-accelerator and other accelerator programs. Some you may know of 500 Startups, Y Combinator, Techstars, really big names that we've put in there, as well as, you know, the other things you get to at this stage. You need an HQ, you need to find really solid mentors and have a community like the one we built at Geekdom to take you further. So that's really the nutshell, or that's an overview of our guidebook.
You know, I want to add something about the importance of this document. I think that I've been part of the Geekdom community for a while already, and I really understand the support. And at the entrepreneurial world, we create all these workshops, this experiential learning structure for college students, but not everybody's on college. And that's the importance of this one, because this is the conversations that I want everybody to have before they come to Geekdom, you know, and they come and they have that conversation. We are up those floors all day, you know, and it's cool when we are in the elevator and we don't want chats with us. We want people that can talk to us and we can have this really nice and conversation, and we grow together. You know, entrepreneurship is no a solo career. I'm not going to be a singer. Even as a singer, you need a team that makes you shine. So that's the thing, that whenever you know your message, what you're trying to offer, and you go through all these structure, you can have the conversation and take advantage of the amazing programs that you guys have. Just saying from the outside part, like I really love what you guys do with this. So.
Appreciate you saying that. I think we're trying to demystify the somewhat confusing process of becoming an entrepreneur, starting a business. So, you know, having those clear steps, those clear tools, is something that we want to provide to our community and to our members. So with that being said, when people come to me, the first thing I tell people to do, or I ask them, is, have you done the lean canvas yet? That's, for me, just like the first thing, because it's going to help you identify really what you're working on, what you're thinking about. Get that stuff that's in your head on paper, if you will. And then it's going to force you to ask yourself questions that you may not have been thinking about, right? So is this even worth my time in pursuing?
Yes.
Is this something that, you know, people really want? And so I think that it's a powerful tool, and I'm excited to be going through it with y'all today. And again, we want to keep this engaging, so please feel free to ask questions as we're going through it. But yeah, I'm excited to look at the lean canvas with y'all.
Me too. This is a document that in all the programs we always tell the students, you're going to do at the beginning, and at the end you're going to keep doing, and the next morning you're still going to be doing, because you're going to have learning something. So you're going to do constantly, and they actually, if they learn to iterate, that's the most important part. Before this presentation, we have investors here that they were speaking, and they say very clearly, sometimes the idea sucks, and believe me, I hear ideas that truly suck. But then you bet on the founders, and when you know that these people can do it, they can do it. You know, and the idea of do this tool and understand it and work it is so powerful that if you learn to iterate, you are already there to become an entrepreneur. So.
Absolutely, yeah. And so the lean canvas, what I would say about it too, is it's every time I feel like we have a startup weekend and we put this in front of people, or even in like our incubator program or something, when I'm asking them to go through it, you go through it more than once, for sure, to Washington's point. Iteration is key at this ideate stage. You want to throw as many thoughts, ideas on this lean canvas and out there as possible. And you don't want to do it in a silo.
Yep.
I think that's another thing, is when you have an idea, you're really excited about it, right? You want to hold it close to you, because you're like, if someone else finds out about this and they do it, or they copy me, or like, you know, and all that stuff. And I get that, but at the same time, if you're not brainstorming with other people. If you're not throwing that idea out there for feedback and other thoughts and input, you won't see it from all the different angles, and you won't be able to have those holes poked in it to get it to move further.
That is important, and I want to even for the college students, university students that are watching. When I was studying entrepreneurship, I have this idea like, oh, I shouldn't share because people is gonna copy. And somebody told me they can copy you, but they will never become you. And I was like, bingo. You know, at that point, it's like if I'm not being there, if I'm not being the number one, it's because I'm not the number one. And I need to get my stuff together and become number one. So don't be afraid to get a feedback. That feedback is very important.
Absolutely. Cool. So on this page, if you downloaded the PDF, you can click the link directly. It just says leanstack.com/leancanvas. I already have it pulled up here on my screen. Try to make this as big as I can for us today. So LeanStack, this has some great overview of kind of how to utilize the Lean Canvas. Has some other great resources on here too to help break it down. And they kind of show here, I don't know if I can make that bigger, probably not. Let's see if I can just zoom in. This is their kind of new and updated Lean Canvas. So again, this is a brainstorming tool. It's a nice pretty grid. They even mark on here which ones they suggest you start with, right? And which may seem kind of out of order when you start looking at it. But let's just talk through what's on this canvas first together. So you have customer segments, right? So who your target customers or users are. And I think what happens a lot of the time when you're thinking about customer segments that I see hangups a lot of the times is differentiating who is a user versus a customer. Because a user, you might need 5 million users for Facebook to work, right? Because they all need to have profiles and interact with each other. But they're not paying to use Facebook. Right? So your customers, though, at the end of the day, are those companies that are advertising, people you're selling data to, whatever it is on the back end. So as you're thinking through the customer segment piece, keep that in mind. Like always ask yourself, like, yeah, you do need to think about the user portion in some cases. Well, sometimes it's both, right? Sometimes your user is your customer, but if you're a taco truck, your user is your customer. they're getting a taco, they're paying for it. It's easy, right? But thinking about that and making sure that you always have that differentiation of a user versus a customer for a lot of like SaaS products and things, I'd say that's pretty common.
Who's giving you their hard-earned money for this product?
Who's paying is the actual customer, right?
What would you say to the person that say, but I know the solution? For me, I know the solution. What would you say to them?
I would say, have you done your Canvas yet?
I would tell you, congratulations, you have one customer, you. Like, what about the rest?
True. And I like that this is kind of a newer iteration of the Lean Canvas, but they also have added this early adopters piece into your customer segment. So not only thinking about who are all the people that might use or pay for your product, right, or service, but who are the first? Who are the ones that you know will be the most excited, the most hungry, who this problem affects deeply?
Yes.
And I think that's really important to think about. And also not only from the problem standpoint, but from a customer acquisition standpoint, right? So from a strategy of who are the first people that we should try to get on this product, platform, whatever, so that we can scale appropriately too. Right? So thinking about that for early adopters.
Yeah, and typically those early adopters are going to go and tell all of their friends, their family,
Yes.
and they also have some sort of like, they feel a sense of ownership in this. Like, oh, I was a beta user, I was in, before anyone else. So
They become your ambassadors also.
Yeah,
Yes.
for
And
sure.
I think that from the marketing perspective, that the customer segment is key. Me as a marketing person, I get chills when I'm like, marketing, who's paying? Let me know. How are you gonna represent me? That I go all out on that one. So that's a very, very dear to my heart. It's
Yes.
part of the Lean Model Campus.
And so thinking about the customers, of course, we're going to go to the second one they suggest you then focus on, which is really your problem, right? So say that if you're not solving a problem, you definitely don't have a business. Or if you haven't identified the problem that you're actually trying to solve with the dream that you want to build, there may not be much substance behind that at that point. So the problem is really, you don't want to go, you can go crazy on this and list like 20 problems that people have, right? But in reality, you want to really focus on about 1 to 3 here that are truly like the top pain points of these people, or the top 3 that you're confident you can solve with your solution kind of thing. So another great thing that they have added here as well that I love is listing existing alternatives, right? So there's some way someone is already trying to solve this problem today.
No, I'm the only one.
No.
I am the only one.
And I mean this in the sense that, like, say one of our companies at Gateton right now, pretty simple. They have a leads tracking app for you, right? That's really, really simple and beautiful. That tells you like how much money's on the table, all this stuff. They're not a CRM, they're not a Pipedrive, a Salesforce, any of those, right? They're made for solopreneurs, the graphic designer, the coach that's just, or the professional trainer kind of thing, those types of people who really just need a simple way to track just a few leads all the time. And one of the great things I love about what they identify and call out in their pitch is the existing alternatives to how these people are actually solving this problem today are not software. It's Post-it notes. It's
a whiteboard.
dry erase board. It's a really sloppy Excel sheet that they can't control, right? So thinking too, when you're thinking through the problem and the existing alternatives, it's really thinking through all the ways that someone might try to be solving this today. Even the problem of a taco truck. I'm hungry, I want food, I'm craving tacos. How are they solving that today? Are they making their own tacos? Are they going to H-E-B and making the things? Because, right, like what you're selling there is something that's tasty, made for you, convenient, whatever, maybe even cheaper than going to buy all the products yourself to cook the tacos.
You also have to think like this is a learning part. If somebody have done it, why are you going to do the homework again? They already have done this. You have all this opportunity to learn, and see how they're doing, what is their options. It could be something cool that they're doing that you can iterate to 2.0. So it's all these opportunities in every single of these sections that is always going to be a learning. That's the reason why, doing over and over is a great skill to have.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point too. So also this is a great time in your problem section to really do that deep dive of research as much as you can to figure out who competition may be. Even if your competition is H-E-B or a Post-it note or whatever, right? Like you got to figure out how other people are already solving this.
That's definitely a question
pain points. Yeah.
You're going to get asked by investors.
100 times.
Is who's your competition? Why are you special? But yeah, just doing this stuff, this due diligence, it goes a long way.
And you learn because sometimes they can be your competition, sometimes they can be future partnerships. So if you really understand your ecosystem and what is your point of advantage, and you understand your message and you know how to communicate it, this is a very good opportunity for you to learn for the people that is part of that industry and the capacity of the industry.
Absolutely. So then we hop over into thinking about money real quick. So revenue streams, right? Again, if you have a cool thing that you want to build, you want to put it out there in the world, but you don't know how you're going to make money on it, you're not going to have a business. You're just going to have a cool thing that lives out in the world that's free for people to experience or do. You got to think about how you're going to make money. So here I say go crazy listing revenue streams. You'll eventually figure out which type of revenue stream is great to start with when you start honing in your MVP and the first thing you can launch, and you do some customer research around how much people are already paying for something or how much they're willing to pay for something. You could do a lot of that a little bit later on, but in this piece, it is just list out all the ways you think you could make money. Is it a direct to consumer sale? Is it a business to business sale? If it's a software product, is it a monthly subscription, an annual licensing fee? I don't know, there's a lot of different interesting models. Like one that we might use it as an example, if no one has something we want to walk through, is Airbnb, right? So how do they make money? How are they getting revenue? Commissions from all of the hosts that are of the bookings, right? They're not charging us directly as someone who's staying in it. They don't really charge the host necessarily a direct fee. They just take a slice, right? So there's all different kinds of ways revenue could really come about. I think there are some that are tried and true that we've seen in, most of the time, but get creative with that.
And that's the part whenever knowing the people that is in your industry help you, because you can see how they're making money. right? And are you offering a greater value that you're going to have a better price? I always say this: do not use the word free. Like, that's my personal opinion. Is this idea that the free has no value? That I always trying to steer people out of that. You know, try to make sure that you find the greater point of value and the people that can pay for it. So in that way, you go from the top down instead from the bottom up. You know, you can create a freemium later on, but have that understanding on it. But of course, that comes later on after you do the first one. I don't want to get too deep into it, but it comes with all those things. You know, that understanding and the big numbers.
Yeah, for sure. So we have customers and who may be first, right? Who are the early adopters might be. We're thinking about the problem. What are the biggest pain points someone's feeling, and how are they already solving it? Who else is trying to solve it for them out there in the world? And now we're thinking, okay, if we're going to solve this, how could we make money off of it? And in tangent with that, I'd say we're also now thinking about the solution. I know the number's missing up here, but it would definitely come next because I guess, yeah, that's the one that's missing. So now you're really thinking about your solution. So here you're really wanting to list out and think through. First, I'd say you need to define very clearly. It is a web application, a mobile application, it is a store, it is a whatever it is, like clearly defining if it's a service or a concierge service or however you want to say that. I think defining what it is really key here. Yes. If you think you already know what it's going to be, sometimes you don't. Sometimes the solution you're listing out is really just the features you know it needs to have to solve the problem, right?
And I think people need to understand that this is also probably going to change too.
It is going to change a lot.
A whole bunch.
No, it's not. It's going to be what I want.
It should change a lot.
It changed tremendously.
Yeah. There's a quote. What is it? Fall in love with the problem,
not the solution. I was just thinking about it. It's so true. Fall in love with the problem, not the solution. Be passionate about the problem you're trying to solve, and be open to any way that you are able to solve that effectively while making money and growing a business.
And that open your mind to the possibilities. I think that through the whole process, sometimes you're so fixated in what you're trying to do that you really cannot see the big picture. So the more open-minded that you are about this approach, you know, the Lean Model Canvas, the greater options, solutions, and everything that can come to you. So yeah, be open-minded.
Yeah, I mean, let's see, like if the problem, what problem could we solve real quick? I guess if we use Airbnb as an example, their problem that they're trying to solve is to provide a different opportunity for people that need a place to stay, right, when they're traveling and whatnot. So that's not a hotel, that is more unique, that feels special, that feels maybe a little more cozy and comfortable and a little more fit to their personality, right? So that's kind of the problem they're solving there. But do they need to build an app for that? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if they did, right? So they were focusing on the problem. Like if you focus on that problem when you're building the solution, the possibilities could be endless, right? Like maybe the Airbnb could have been, if that was the problem they were trying to solve, maybe they would build and develop or renovate like existing places in cool neighborhoods to then rent out as many hotels or traditional B&Bs or, you know, that kind of thing. Like it could have gone a lot of ways. They landed on an application that helped people do all the hosting stuff, but even the app itself, the software for Airbnb was kind of the vehicle or tool, right? The solution itself was allowing individuals to rent out their own space to other individuals as a hotel would. Yeah. That's really the solution. And then on top of that, the tool to do that is this application.
You know what, adding that to the part, because I remember when going to a different countries, it used to be different tools. And we go to Craigslist to find, you don't want to get killed on it, but that was the different options for you to go to a different places. And also people, I remember going to hotels and they were so sterile, and I was like, I don't think, I went from a tourist to a traveler. So I like their experiences. So suddenly I can rent a house in the coast of Portugal and waking up to a really nice view for a little more expensive probably, but the experience was tremendous. So I think that they really learned that's the part that I was going. Then you start connecting these things because the segment is starting to develop. to the point that, don't get me wrong, I go to conference and sometimes I have to go to a hotel because that's where I get paid, good, but now I have different options. So all those things you learn while you're developing this.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then that really is perfect because we're leading into the next piece, which is your unique value proposition. And I think people can get hung up on this a little bit, but this is really where you're trying to communicate really simply and in a very direct way, compelling way rather, I think that's the word they use on here, yeah. What it is that your solution, product, service offers that will make someone go from not even knowing it existed to being interested and excited about it. So this is really something, this is what sets you apart. This is what brings the value to what you're selling, right?
How are you going to change someone's life?
Yes, how do you change their life? How do you improve the problem? So this isn't a cool feature necessarily. Like I would say your unique value proposition isn't the feature that makes it happen. It is the feeling someone has. It's the value they get from you solving their problem for them in an elegant, amazing way, right? So again, for Airbnb, it is a unique curated experience, perhaps, is what they're selling to you, right? That is, you know, visiting a place and staying somewhere where you're the local. You're not just in a stuffy hotel.
You feel like you're at home.
You feel like you're at home because you're
comfortable.
in someone's home, right? Like that's what their unique value proposition is. That's what sets them apart from a hotel, from a regular B&B, is I think too, because oftentimes these are, I mean, on Airbnb you're renting a space just for you. I know sometimes it can just be like a room, so you may be with other people, but it's still not a traditional way to go travel and a traditional place to stay.
And you know, this one's even within this idea is different experiences on it, but they still is experience, because that's true. Sometimes that you rent just a room, but then you wake up and the owner of the house is where you with breakfast, they provide you with it. So all the, I like what you just say, like their unique value proposition is the experience, you know, because it's a specific people that wants to go and live, like they've been living there forever, right? And you feel so cool going to the small market. And
That's the value I love about that I get out of Airbnb and using it over a hotel is exactly that. They always have great, like the hosts usually have great recommendations, you know, for the best coffee shop that's around the corner, or like, you know, and it does feel like home, and it feels welcoming, and then you do feel, I always feel a little bit more like I'm a local, even if I'm totally not, obviously, because I'm like, I'm in a cool neighborhood, you know, I know where to go.
But it's also giving people options where there may not be options, right? So like, oh yeah, there's a hotel over here, but I want to be closer to this landmark or to the beach or something.
Yeah, so unique value proposition, again, the value you're providing, not a feature or part of like the solution itself. It's what you're really providing to the people that would be, you're solving the problem for your customers.
This isn't an Airbnb ad either.
Yeah, no, sorry, we were just trying to come up with a well-known business.
That's true, you can operate. I always put this one, I'm Ecuadorian, I love coffee. You know, and it's different companies that you can pay $7 for a cup of coffee, you know, and it's not as good as you having, you know, a small cup of coffee made for my dad in Ecuador, you know, or in a different countries on it. So just to make a point of reference for you to understand what are we trying to talk about here. A very good example is Airbnb. It's no Airbnb. Now Airbnb, if you want to give us some. We're here, yes.
All right, so we've talked through, you're thinking about customers and who's going to be your early adopters. You're thinking about the problem, what's already out there, competition, how are people fixing this today, and how are we going to fix it by making, and how we're going to make money off of it. What is the solution actually going to do? How is it going to solve this problem? And then what's the unique value people are going to get from experiencing, using, paying for our product or service? The other piece they throw in there is this high-level concept idea. And I laughed at this earlier because I was like, now you probably would use like, it's the Airbnb for blank.
It's
right?
the Uber for blank.
It's the Uber for blank. Analogies really work here to just basically the simplest way you can describe what it is you're doing and bringing and offering. This may be something that you could imagine being, you know, on the first cover of your slide deck for your pitch, or the top of your website landing page, right? Like this is like the line where people get it and they're ready for it, and everything clicks.
This
Hard
is like
to
an
do, but-
interview. You know, I always tell this to the students, this is like an interview. When you come to a networking event and say, hey, my name is so-and-so, this is what I do. You are the ambassador of your company. You should say, hey, my name is so-and-so, my company is so-and-so, this is what we do.
Yeah.
It should be very simple and clear, and people shouldn't be over-processed at what you do.
Very true.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Then we go into channels. So channels are really, this is the marketing area here. This is how are you going to reach your customers? Pretty simple, right? What are some channels, you guys, I'm going to call on audience people, channels to reach people if you were Airbnb. How would you get customers? Social media ads, right? Yes.
What else?
Influencers.
Influencers on social media, right? If you pay someone to go stay in an Airbnb and
Literally.
like live tweet and do stories, oh yeah.
Traditional advertising, billboards.
What do you mean by that?
Billboards,
Billboards?
magazine ads,
Magazine ads? Buses?
buses.
News.
Maybe those big travel buses?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
News, right? So
yeah.
getting like media
Hopefully in a
PR
good way.
coverage. Hopefully positive news.
Positive way, yeah.
What else? Yeah?
Come on, guys. We're here to work.
Looking at you in the blue shirt over there.
Airports.
Airports.
Yeah, because they're travel.
That's huge.
People traveling, or even specifically airport like websites, right? Or if there's a way you can look into like Expedia or like these travel websites, maybe working with them some or something, that might kind of be competition.
And that's the thing. What I always say that I love marketing because I go back to my segment, right? I wanted to know the people that I wanted to communicate. How did I communicate with them? You know, I always think that in New York City, they have these little billboards that they put on top of the taxis, and sometimes I'm waiting on the light, and a taxi passed by, and I'm like, what was that? You know, so it's always to know what your market or the people that you're trying to connect with, what do you? So it's so many different ways of advertising. I use statistics that I don't know how many thousands of ads have been presented to you by day. So all those are your options. You need to choose which one are the more effective for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would think too in your channels, I like to always tie this back to like thinking about your customers too, right? So like Philip's suggestion of the airport, like you're trying to think not just, of course, like okay, social media ads, influencers, well, what kind of influencers? Are they travel bloggers? You know, are they like who are they? So really thinking about narrowing down the channels too to get as specific as possible to the places, the people, those that really match your customers too, and where they would live and be and see this or want to share it or you know, those kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, getting 1 million eyes on your business, your idea, your product is great, but like,
only if 1 out of 1 million converts because you're not targeting it at the right demographic, you know, you just wasted a bunch of ad spend.
exactly. Yeah, and especially at that early stage, you may not have funding, you may not have the ad spend, right? So it's a great point.
Yeah, and a lot of this too can be like good old fashioned when you're starting out early stage. Like I would not discount flyers and like cool word of mouth opportunities, throwing
Stickers.
events,
Networking
like hosting
events like Friday.
Yeah.
Hey.
You know, things like that too that really bring a community together. Could you like, you know, have some sort of pop-up Airbnb lounge or situation like in the middle of downtown where people could experience something for like an hour or a day or a minute when they're walking by? Like you can get really creative too with how you reach these people.
You know, my sister in Ecuador, she used to work for the tourist industry, and they do all this kind of events. Shout out to Betsy Navarro. They do all these kind of activities that sometimes I'm like, that's a lot of money that they invest, but the return on investment is a lot, right? Or whenever we used to do delegations to different countries, I was like, that's a lot of money, but they're always looking. You want to build the next Facebook, you know, you want to build for an ambitious perspective. So always thinking like how you're going to do to get your money back, you know, and that opens to a different way of thinking.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip to cost structure just because it relates to that a little bit instead of key metrics. We'll come back to that. But when you're thinking about cost structure, so obviously I think revenue and cost structure are probably the two easiest things to understand here, right? How are you gonna make money and what's it gonna cost to do the thing you wanna do? So for the cost, you know, in Airbnb's case, you've got to figure out building the software, maintaining the software, all the fees and things that come with both of those things, hiring developers, hiring marketers, paying for marketing, ad spend, all the things. But a big one to think about is that customer acquisition cost here. And that's what Washington's really touching on, which is how much are you going to have to spend to get those customers, right? So that's something that I think some people gloss over in their cost structures at the beginning when they're doing the business model canvas. They're thinking about like, okay, yeah, if I'm building a bird scooter, I'm going to have to pay for the materials and the manufacturing and the people to create the first prototypes and test them, and then how am I going to get them out there? We're going to need trucks, we're going to need vans, like
maintenance and all the things.
We're going to need to hire people to do all those things, right? But they're not thinking about the customer acquisition costs as well, and how much you're really going to be spending on marketing and all of that good stuff. So anything else on cost structure that you guys have seen before that like?
To me, what is important is the contribution margin, right? And for the in the programs that we have, we do all in this part of it because we want to make sure like people know how much they're going to spend, how much they're going to gain. And I remember this example from Crystal Derby that she said like she knew somebody that created these buses that they do tours downtown San Antonio, and she said that the person saw the problem. She didn't have the money to buy buses, so she went and rent one of the things, did the tours around, and suddenly she's testing, right? So I find that very important to do early on, and in this cost structure, I have another friend of mine that he's doing barbecue place, it's Gibby's Barbecue Smokehouse, right? And what they did is they just start testing these things without spending that much money, but they learn how much they're going to spend. So those numbers come clear. So I think that from my favorite part is those revenue and cost structures, and also the customer segmentation, and also all of them together work together. So, yeah.
And then you also see, I think, how getting to the cost structure at the end or towards the end is really important, right? Because now you've already thought through pretty well the customers, how you're going to reach them. You've already started to think about like the solution more in depth and how you're going to make it unique and all that good stuff. So you're at a place where you realize what all the things that you have to do to think more clearly through the cost.
And one point that I'll add really quick, and we can talk about this a little more in a bit, but you'll notice that as you're going through these boxes, you're pretty much filling up slides for a pitch deck, right?
Yes.
Like this is where you're getting all of that data to put into a fancy pitch to present to an investor. Yes. So that's why it's so important for me, is like it's a great first step. It's going to inevitably lead to the next step, which is building out your pitch. But yeah, all of these data points are super important to have.
Yeah, and they're connected. You know, that's the thing. Like, I mean, joke aside, you know, all these things are connected, and you're gonna realize that whenever you do one, then the other one maybe changed a little bit. So that's a part of what is important, this iteration.
Yeah, absolutely. So the last two boxes that we have on here, well, key metrics, which I went over or skipped over really quick to talk about the cost structure, but key metrics is really just obviously what are you going to measure that actually shows that your idea is working, that your business is moving, that it's going somewhere, that you're getting some kind of traction.
How do you measure success?
Yes, measuring success for your company and your idea here.
Or survival.
Or survival.
Or survival. And just seeing like the health of it, right? So let's think. I guess so with Airbnb, what are some metrics that they should be tracking to know that their company is doing well? Because it's not just, obviously you're tracking your revenue, right? Woohoo, money, yay. We need to know how much money we're making. Mm-hmm. We need to know how many, okay, let's think of this one. There's a common one that people put, how many users are on our platform, right? But if I onboarded 1,000 users onto Airbnb the first week, but none of them were booking anything, or there were only 2 hosts, but I had 1,000 people that wanted to rent something, I'd be in a problem, right? So the metric there, usually it's not just number of users. It's not users, number of users are just like the money you're bringing in. So these are things that really show that your company is doing well, moving forward, and is working.
Yeah, and you know what, something very interesting about Airbnb they really care about the interaction with the host.
They do.
If they don't have the host, they don't have a business.
Sure.
So we have a situation before the pandemic that we were going to, I think that was Singapore. And all this situation was happening, and they were trying so hard for people to provide inventory that in this case is the room, the houses, or whatever. So they create this big campaign about teaching them how to clean their houses, how to be safe, how to be no interaction between the person that is renting and the person that is renting the house. And they will have these goals, how to achieve it, to get back on track. So just to give an example that no is always the user. So, you need to understand which one are your KPIs and what is important for you to be successful.
Yeah, I would also say, like, how happy are your customers? Like,
That's
we
always a big one.
use NPS at Geekdom. A lot of companies use NPS. That's a big one, right?
Net promoter score.
Net promoter
so it's
score.
when you ask your users or customers to rate if they would, how likely they would to recommend your business, your offering to someone else, and then you just 1 to 10 and a blank comment space. So you get a good pulse.
I'm giving you my answer right now. 10.
Yeah, I think that's an important part, specifically for Airbnb, but also even geographical data.
Yeah.
It might be like, where are people, booking the most? Like, maybe we should put more or expand in this market. Might be another good one for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially depending on the goals for them. So if they were trying to go to expand in one place or make a market over here pop, or try out a new feature or something, right? Like, you kind of have to think through those
I
things.
like the part, and I want to dig a little more into that one, because I think that whenever you're starting a business, right, your resources are very, very small. So you need to understand where you're going to put your resources that can provide you a better result, right? You got a conversation with Philip. He always say, we need to know where you're going and what are we doing, and the rest is just noise. This is a very good opportunity for you to know exactly what is going to be the next step that's going to take you to the next step, to the next step, to finish the year. So that was a good example, yeah.
I think too, for the key metrics, again, when you're setting these, also making sure that you're understanding what success is for them. So do you need 50 users or customers to make it work? Yes. Right? So setting a measurable behind it too, or a goal that you need to hit, something that you're tracking towards, so that at the end of the day, you know where your bar is, that you have to get over, or if it's under, that's not good, that's unhealthy for the business. So understanding that as well. Cool. So the very last thing on the canvas that we have not talked about yet is the unfair advantage. So this is something that can't easily be copied or bought or sold. So this is your secret sauce, basically. This is the secret sauce. So this is something that, again, this ties back to existing alternatives and competition. This ties back to your unique value proposition. So perhaps that value that your customer gets is because of this secret sauce. I don't know, right? One of the reasons why you will beat out the existing alternatives might be from this unfair advantage. In the software world, that might be this really unique algorithm, right, or piece of tech that you're building that, I think in Alt Bionics, who just pitched at Tech Fuel and it's in Velocity, right? Their unfair advantage is the way that the materials they're using and the way they're building their bionic arm is much more affordable than every other alternative out there, right? So it's a bit of the tech and the manufacturing that sets them apart and is that unfair advantage, right? And there will be, I'm sure, IP and all that around.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is there a conversation to be had around intellectual property or patents in this unfair advantage box?
I think for sure you can think about that. I think you should. But when you're just brainstorming on it, early stage, until you really start putting it out there in the world a little bit to get user feedback and customer research and stuff done, I don't think it's worth the battle of going down the IP route until you know it's something that is worth pursuing that patent or intellectual property and whatever you're trying to do with it.
Could it be a strategic partnership or a partnership? We have this really strong partnership with XYZ company and...
Absolutely. It could be that, we're working directly with this partner to execute the thing and no one else is working with them and it's going to put us leaps and bounds above the rest, or by working with them we get to provide this additional value to our customers, all that good stuff, for sure.
And for the people that is watching this for the first time, you know, the conversation that we're having right now, it goes this way, okay?
Yeah.
We are telling you what to do the first time and what it could be. So just bear with us from that part, because we wanted to show you is like how these big companies use it from the beginning on it. Of course, this conversation, you want to have these conversations later on, right? But we want to show you the bigger picture so you know where you can go. But the first one is going to suck really bad, really bad, you know? But that's the part when the questions are going to come and say like, so how are you, Chaz? Can you tell me about this and this part of marketing, right? And you getting into the network that you guys are creating here, you can ask those questions. But right now, everything is in your head. You know why? And the only person that knows that is you, nobody else. So that's the part where you can put this one, solidify it, and make it a little more real.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I know we're kind of coming up. I know we started a little late, so we've walked through the canvas. Does anyone have any questions here about the canvas, how to use it? Does anyone want to toss out an idea for us to kind of quickly iterate on?
Yeah, I would also just add that this is could be a very collaborative thing too, right?
It is. It should be.
Don't be afraid to talk about ideas, share ideas. There's this like thought that like, oh, if I share my idea, we kind of touched on this a bit, but someone's going to steal it. But yeah, they don't have the secret sauce. They're not going to do it as well as you are. But bringing people in, getting outside perspectives, and saying, "Hey, we have a lean canvas whiteboard at Geekdom, and I see people. Hey, can you come over here and check this out really quick? Like, this is a great tool to kind of foster that collaboration, get feedback that could eventually turn into like really valuable mentorship opportunities and mentors to help you grow your business. So,
and this is the perfect kind of document to take to a first like mentor meeting. You don't want to walk into a meeting with any kind of mentor person that you're asking for some help or assistance with without doing something like this first, right? Without thinking through each aspect. And then that way too, if that mentor is really particularly good at like marketing and sales, you're going to want to be like, cool, so like, here's my little elevator pitch. These were the channels. This is like how I was thinking of reaching these people. This is my customer acquisition strategy. And that makes it easier for you to pull that piece out of this business model canvas and all the work you've done on it to be able to start that conversation, right? Because you've already thought through so many things. I would say too that after each of these meetings you have or brainstorming sessions you have, when you ask someone to come look at it or give you a little bit of advice, go back to this and add every single note that they said, or start making changes, or make a V2 or V6, V8, V10, whatever. There's going to be a lot of versions, but I think that's also really important. And another great time to kind of revisit your business model canvas, I think, is when you're starting to really go out there and do any kind of market research, customer research. So when you're starting to go have focus group discussions with potential customers, or you're putting some sort of baby prototype or minimum viable product in front of someone, you should be seeing where that feedback and those first little tests and iterations that you're putting in front of people, how that affects things in this business model canvas and the lean canvas, and going in and iterating at that point.
Again, fall in love with the problem. Not the solution.
Yes, it's true. Like it's so many different canvas out there. Like if we're talking about canvas, it's many, and it's gonna work for different people. But the way that I always see, and through actually 1 year to be a Geekdom, is like it's all about communication. That's the reason why I make fun of the Chaz video that you guys created, but it is so true. Many times we go to the elevator and we talk to people, and people's like, right there. Okay, I understand COVID, right? But this can be in the buses, in the coffee shop, wherever, and you need to own this message. And if you have it over here, many times people come and say like, blah, blah, blah. They tell you all this story about what they're trying to do, and that is important, but you need to have that opportunity. What if somebody that actually can help you is right there, and they can tell you, what about this? Like many times that happened to me, like, nope, this, what about try this and this and that, and I run back in, and I have one of these ones digitally, and I'm like, boom. And the people that know myself, I have a lot of whiteboards, and all of these whiteboards is because there are different sections of these ones that they are growing. So to me, that link model canvas, whenever I become a billionaire, I'm still gonna have one to know how I'm doing my stuff, because to me, it's about the message and how I'm creating the projection of the company that I'm trying to build.
Yeah, and again, like your first pitch deck and all of that, like really is these pieces of the business model canvas thrown into a pitch deck format, right? So it's really good to just have those iterations there and always lean on that. And then the other thing I pulled back up was just to start thinking about your MVP, your minimum viable product, because I also think this is another hiccup in the ideate stage, if you will. It's a hurdle to get past. But your MVP, the first prototypes and stuff you're putting out there in the world are not going to be your grand vision that solves every single problem that you're trying to solve. I think there's also another quote that's like, if your MVP isn't ugly and if you're not embarrassed by your MVP, then it's not a good MVP, because you're not putting it out early enough, getting it in front of people early enough, getting feedback early enough. Because if you try to sit there and you spend a lot of money and time building out this crazy big thing that you want to build for 6 months, and then you put it in front of someone and you hadn't done that yet, and they all
nobody cares.
And this thing is broken, or I don't like this, I would never use this, I would never pay for this. You could have done that on a scratch piece of paper in front of them 6 months ago and not spent that time and money getting that feedback. So I love this image though, that's up here to really show how to think through the minimum viable product. What did I do today? I don't know. So the first one is what not to do, right? Like, you don't build the wheel, 2 wheels, have a little convertible car, and then get to that car that you really wanted to get to, right? Because the wheel solves nothing for your customer. Absolutely nothing. If the problem a car is trying to solve for me is to help me get somewhere faster, what is a wheel going to do for me? Absolutely nothing, right? And it's going to take 5 years to get this car made, so you're not going to be able to do that right now, right? But I can build a skateboard, because the skateboard gets someone from A to B. It's cheap for me to build. It's fast for me to get out into people's hands and test. And then I can go, okay, what's the next thing that I can ask them? Well, what was missing from that skateboard? Oh, it was really hard for me to control. I didn't know what to do with my body. I really need to be more stable. I don't know, maybe there's something you can do around that, right? You get some feedback, and then you're like, here comes Scooter, and Scooter's next. And then you build your scooter, you get out there and test, and you're like, it just doesn't go fast enough. I have to do this still all the time. Now we have the birds, but then they're like, well, it'd be great if I just didn't have to work, right? If the thing just kind of did a little bit more for me, and I could kind of cruise and maybe go a little faster, maybe have something a little more comfortable. I don't know that I want to stand. Here comes the bike, right? Then you iterate. You get to each of these stages because the first thing you built already solved the problem, right? It just allowed you to iterate on it to make it better and better and better, and the dream at the end that actually still, this whole journey of this MVP to the final stage solves the problem. It just solves it better and better and better and better, right? And people pay more and more and more and more.
And you learn from it, because the first thing that you say from the skateboarder and somebody testing, the first thing that came to my head is what are you missing? Insurance, right? For real, because if I'm putting somebody else's in a serious note, this is the way that your brain start thinking. Because I'm like, okay, so if people is gonna be on these things and they're gonna be doing this and that, what is my responsibility on it, right? Very deep, maybe too deep. But what I want you to, from this part, I think is very important, that prototype help you to learn and think these things. And you should be thinking these things, because you're going to become a business owner.
Yeah, so this first MVP that you've done your business model canvas and you go put something out there to start testing, again, it's something that should already solve the problem in some way, right? Provide a value, that value you want to provide, but be small enough, cheap enough, fast enough for you to do so that you're not spending a ton of resources on it, and you should be getting feedback when you put it out there. That's the goal of it, to get you to the next step. But I know we're needing to wrap up. So, any questions? Feedback, anything?
Comments?
I know you mentioned that this is a liquid document that
Yes.
you can go back and edit and stuff. Are there any of those boxes that maybe you shouldn't change too often?
The problem, I would say. At the end, I mean, that might change some when you start doing your customer research for sure, right? Is you might learn from those interviews and focus groups that there's a deeper problem or one piece of the 3 problems you listed that is more important to focus on or has to be focused on first. So that might change still, but I think that again, like falling in love with that problem you're trying to solve is really important. And because not only do you want to build something cool and make some money and have business, but like the passion behind the problem you're solving, if you as the entrepreneur don't care about that problem, good luck. Because it's a really, really rough ride, starting a company and building it. So I would say that not only that problem's gonna change some based on the feedback you get, right? And the more research you do and what you learn from testing and all that, but it shouldn't be a completely different problem than what you start with, and if it is, it's a new business. So,
yeah, and just for those watching, the question was, the Lean Canvas is kind of like a living and breathing document. Are there any boxes that you should or should not go back to or change? So.
Yeah, but I think other than that, really, I mean, everything kind of changes the value, I guess, based on the problem too. Yeah.
So when you put your canvas together, you know there's a glaring issue, there's an obvious problem, but then are you better off just sort of acknowledging the gap and sort of like leaving it there, or just put wherever you can in there and then just have a conversation?
So the question was, if you aren't sure about a piece of the canvas, there's a gap that you were kind of like leaving empty because you weren't totally sure about what to put there or didn't have an answer for it. Should you just leave it open and have a conversation, or try to put down what you think? Always put down what you think, because that conversation with the mentor or the peer should start from somewhere, I think. So always put in a guess. Again, all of this at the ideate stage is a guess. It's a hypothesis, right? And then you go and build the thing and test it and get feedback and start growing your business. So your canvas is all guesses and assumptions that you're just going to go out and have to prove. So yeah, fill in what you think. Or if you're so stuck that you're like, I just don't know, that's a great time to stop and go find someone. Come over your friend to Geekdom.
Start. Just to start. I think
yeah.
that somebody asked me, said, what is the best thing about being an entrepreneur downtown? I said, just show up, because you're starting, right? And this part is starting. If you know that you have a limitation about something, well, now you know, like you truly now you know. And in that way, the identification help you to continue growing. That's what I do emphasis on the iteration, because once you start at that starting point, the only way is ahead. So, yeah.
Cool. Any other questions? All good?
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you everybody for tuning in and for being here with us for the ideation workshop.
Yes.
Let's do some of this right here. Cool. I'm going to throw out a shameless plug. If you have questions about this, if you want to go over the Lean Canvas in more detail, if you need some help, come to Geekdom and find us. We're here to help y'all take your ideas to the next level. So if you haven't, download the Startup Guidebook. It's on our website. If you're here in the audience, take one. I'll even autograph it for you if you want.
We'll sign it. I will also say that we are hosting at Geekdom a startup weekend in December. I believe it's the 11th through 13th, 10th through 12th. So close. So if you have an idea and you're at this stage, it's the perfect event to come to. You'll gather with us on Friday night and everyone else who attends. Everyone pitches out their ideas, and then you break into teams to work on some of those ideas over the weekend. You use things like the business model canvas, you go do customer research, you build a pitch deck, you give that pitch Sunday, you think about a quick MVP or prototype that you can whip together. You do it all in the weekend. So if you're interested in coming to that, it'll be on Geekdom's website.
I will bring you all the people. You know, this is the things that I tell to the students in the programs that we do in universities. We want to come to these events and really take advantage of it, because right there you have the mentors that they can take it to the next step.
Sure.
You know, and I value so much the resources that you offer to the community, that when they come to these events, I wanted to kick some BUTT. You know, and so for the people in the entrepreneurial world, we surely will invite every single of them to come over here to create new networks and create new businesses. These are like ready over here in downtown San Antonio. So.
And that's why we love you, Washington. Awesome. Well, thanks again, everybody. Y'all have a great rest of your day, great rest of the startup week. We'll see you next time.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. It's me again. Sorry you have to deal with me another 30 minutes. Hopefully you tuned into the last session, but we got a super exciting session right now. We're going to be talking to some amazing folks. Curate is an application, geekdom company, the next big startup that you're going to be hearing about for years and years and years, and we're going to talk all about it. So we're just going to kick it right off. So real quick, I'm going to have you introduce yourself, please.
I'm Casey Harris, and I am co-founder and CEO of Curate.
And I'm Joel Harris, co-founder and Casey's husband.
I love it. Now, for those who don't know, what is Curate?
So Curate is like social media, but it's really about social legacy. It's a platform for you to connect with the people that you are already in relationships with around the things that matter the most. It is not about putting forth a curated image in the sense of like, look at me on my vacation, or I've got this filter. It's about curating your life. What are the things that really matter? It's prompt driven. You can create a prompt for an event, and you can have 2-minute or less video conversations with the people that you're already interacting with. So it's really a space for people to save and be able to find the stories that matter for their life. Our family's been using it for about the MVP for about the last year, and it's become this space where we've heard stories we never heard before, where we have recordings of things that we want our grandkids to see, and then just kind of the daily mundane stuff that we don't want everybody to see. It's an amazing space for that.
I love that, because for me, it kind of hits close to home because, you know, my grandparents, they want to stay connected to their grandkids, right? And want to be able to see what we're up to, but social media these days is just kind of a scary place sometimes. So having a safe place to do that is really exciting, and I think a lot of people are gonna get excited about it. What was the reason that y'all decided to create Curate? What's the story behind it?
You start. It came from a dream you had, so share about that.
Yeah, the impetus for Curate really was an actual dream that I had, and you have dreams that are random and something you ate last night and weird dreams, but this was such a vibrant, clear dream about a platform that was really the best of everything that I saw without all the polarizing content, that was safe and that was so interactive for people, that was actually, and behind the dream, I woke up, so it was kind of like you're waking up and thinking all these thoughts, but the impetus of the dream was that this was like a very powerful, healthy space online for people who, it was like a next generation social platform, if that made sense, where we didn't have the same kind of arguments or mental health issues or concerns about privacy. So I just got up and I spent the rest of the night, I think I probably woke up at about 2 a.m. and I probably wrote down everything I could think about the dream, all my ideas till about 8 a.m. And I shared it with Joel, and then it kind of flopped. It was like, yeah, that's a nice dream. I'll let you share your piece. How do we get here?
Well, just to go back to something that you asked earlier, and to nail one point that Casey said even more firmly, Curate is about social legacy. And we think that there's such a huge gap out there that is the mixture of, I don't feel comfortable putting the things that I care about most out there for other people to see. I don't want to lose control of those things. I don't want to lose ownership of those things. And we also feel like there's a huge gap in how we prompt people to share the things that matter most to them, or to share the moments that matter most to them, or to share the essence of who they are and to share the essence of the people that they love before it's too late. So, on the morbid side, maybe morbid isn't the right word, maybe it's really just
reality.
Reality, we're all gonna get to an end. And what happens at that end is the people who have been in your life, who you've engaged with, the things that you've done, the thing that you are, that is going to be commemorated. And so often that's left to sort of compiling, well, what was the voicemail message that person just left? And what was the family photo and the grainy old videos? We wanted to make that process fun and simple, and not something that we waited to try and compile or make simple when somebody is at the end, but do it in a fun, interactive way throughout the course of someone's life. And we just think that there's such a huge gap for that, and there's such a need for it. So for me, you asked kind of the personal story of Curate for me. Truth be told, I was against Curate from the beginning. I was like, there are so many social media apps out there. We don't need another one. We have too many big competitors. We don't even know where to start. I was also involved in a whole other career, and I wasn't really interested in that at all. But there was one thing that was a glimmer of hope for me, which was I would stay up all night over the Christmas holidays, and I would make family videos. I would piece together our family photos, our little videos, and it would all come from like iCloud storage and like everywhere that and so I would be sifting through
spend hours, yeah.
just thousands of like, you know, a 4-year-old that has taken 50 photos of their arm on accident, right? Like, we know we all have that, right? And so I would go through all of it and I'd find, you know, all this stuff to put together and put to music, and it really would take all night. And then, you know, I'd show it to everybody and we'd watch it and everybody would love it. And we would watch it again and we'd watch it again and we'd watch it again. And I just thought, there's gotta be a different way to do this, a better way to do this, a way that's more intentional along the way. So when Casey came to me with this dream, the other thing that she did that she didn't say that I love is, you know, between the two of us, we have some skills, but I would say that designing websites between two of us isn't our best skill.
You can tell
And
that.
so Casey, you know, middle of the night, wakes up with this dream. She tries to wake me up. I'm like, oh, there's too many social media apps. And then she goes and gets on Squarespace and tries to design, curate, like that night. And I love that about Casey.
I bought our website that night. We still have it.
And using the Squarespace template and whatever. And I love that about Casey because like she is ready to activate as soon as she is inspired. And we're a little bit similar in that. And so, you know, when I finally got invested in Curate and became a full-on believer and champion, I went back and I was trying to set up our website and I was like, oh wait, there's already a Curate website that's there.
It's horrible. What is
so
this?
Bad. I mean, it would have been on one of those award things that as like, you know, the world's worst websites. I think it would have been at least
It was my way of taking notes.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
That's hilarious.
I dropped my mic.
I think that's great because, I mean, it did literally come in a dream. So you probably woke up and you're like, oh, I got to get this out of my head
Yeah.
onto something. But that's a really great story I've never heard before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing.
There's 2 words that came with that dream, and it was just lived and learned. And the idea that every single human has things. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, in prison or, you know, working from that office. You have things that you've lived and learned that really matter. And I think people have a hard time valuing what they have lived and learned because to you it's normal, but to somebody else it's real wisdom. And so that's really also the driver. We don't use those words as much now, but it's a space for curating that, like just the daily human wisdom.
I love
John,
that.
one other thing to add on that is I think that we, for the last handful of years and definitely in the last couple of weeks, are really seeing the end of the first generation of social media. And social media will sort of be a book that is on the shelf that is in a timeline. And we are really after something that's different than social media, has some connections, but we call it social legacy. And why am I saying that it's the end of social media? I mean, everything that's come out about Facebook with the whistleblower articles, everything, but less what has been revealed. It's the open secret that we've all known, right? So like, was it a shock that like 1 in 3 teenage girls said that they had body images linked to Instagram? You know, like, I mean, I frankly heard that. I saw that, you know, Facebook had the internal research that validated that, but I wasn't surprised by that. And I don't think that anyone is surprised by that. I just think that we have the opportunity right now with Curate to really build a movement to change the way that we connect, online. Because I think we're all left wanting better, more authentic, more memorable ways to connect. And I think we've all seen, we have sort of this dream, you know, the mountaintop view, like there is this thing out in the future that is possible for us to connect online. And we really hope that Curate's the thing that makes it happen for people. That's their private space, their memories to interact with their people, what they've lived and learned.
When I think with the origin of social media, it's not that there was a bad intention. You know, we want to create something to harm people. But I think what we all know now is that there has to be some really powerful philosophical conversations and intention setting around the way that we create our online places, or else we are going to have these issues that we're trying to run and catch up to rather than like intentionally creating spaces that cause communal health.
Yeah, and I like that because, I mean, we're all conditioned, all of us, to check social media. That's just a part of our lives. It's something that it's, you know, so easily accessible. It's on our phones, but, you know, there's pieces of that in Curate, but it's not social media. It's like it's familiar, it's easy to use, but it's something that's safe and it doesn't have all that negative stuff with it, because it is, like you're saying, there's a lot of stuff coming out about social media that's just, it's scary. I want to talk about prompts. So you mentioned prompts. It seems like there's intent behind the content that's being created in Curate. Talk a little bit about that. Is that something that like I would have to create? Are there like preset prompts? Dive into that, if you will.
So there are preset prompts. There's one every day that you can easily pull up a screen, the prompt screen, and it says the daily prompt. And then there's a space for you to create your own prompt that you can share with your people in your pod. And pods are just your circles. So like we have a family circle. One day we want to have a geekdom circle, which will be a great way to get to know each other in kind of a casual, fun way that you don't always do in spaces like this. And so you've got your daily prompt, your create any prompt, and then an event prompt. So there could be a San Antonio Startup Week event and everybody could film, you know, whatever, their 10 seconds, their 2 minutes of something that they think is important and meaningful or a response, and then you can go and see that category of prompts.
I love that. So
And
it
you
could
can
be like
prompt your pod.
Okay.
So you send out a notification to everybody in your pod is like, hey, jump in and share your meaningful memory about XYZ. So you can prompt your pod, and it's when you think about the barriers that people have as it relates to sharing anything, some of that is like, I don't really know what to share. Like every time I've gone onto Twitter and I'm about to tweet something, I'm like, is it funny enough? Is it witty enough? Is it philosophical enough? Can I combine it all into 200 and whatever many characters? And
it's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure. And Curate's a place to like show up in your robe with your hair down and record that for the people who see you in your robe with your hair down all the time. And the idea is often we have that sort of familiar space where you don't ask that meaningful question. I think about all the time that I've hung out with my parents, or all the time that I've hung out with my in-laws, and like I don't use that time to ask a really deep question. Sometimes we do, doesn't always happen, but Curate, that's sort of the intention behind those prompts, to get that out there. And sometimes it's actually easier to talk about that not in the presence of someone, right? Like, so if I were to say, hey, John, what's your most vivid memory that changed your life? You'd kind of be like, oh, a little on the spot there.
That's
but,
deep.
Maybe if you are by yourself, you'd be more apt to say, here's what it is, love to hear yours.
I have a great example of that. My dad, he is not into social media. I think he's on, but doesn't have anything, not even his profile picture, because he just wants to see pictures of our kids. So we got him into the MVP of Curate, which is a little bit difficult because it was new and we're trying to figure it out as the skateboard per your last panel. And my dad found one prompt, and I think it was what's something that's made you angry. And his response was telling a story about when he was about 19 years old and he was working for a trucking company, and he was from Laredo, Texas, and so most of the men that were with him were Mexican. And he drove up to some hotel in like south of San Antonio, and they said, you can stay here, but they can't. And he said it was the first time that he's ever felt so much anger that his vision literally changed from color to like black and white. And so this incredibly powerful story came out by this seemingly, when's the time you got angry prompt, that I think is really a powerful thing for me to hear, much less later my kids to hear that kind of thing.
And the thing about the interface is that it's just simple to use. So if I continue to pull on the example of Casey's dad, when you look at Instagram or Facebook right now on your phone, it's not easy to figure out what to do, how to interact, and who's going to see it. And Curate just makes that super simple and fun for people.
I think that's great. I've also noticed that some social media platforms, Instagram specifically, has like a close friends. Like you can only share things with a specific pod, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what y'all are doing. And I think it's validating that people want to share content, don't want it to be for everyone. I like the kind of like the people that see you in the row with your hair down kind of, analogy. That's really exciting. I know that there's 100 stories that y'all have, but I want to know, who's it for? right? Like, who's that target person? Like, you mentioned families, you mentioned maybe having a geekdom pod. Like, talk about some examples on how it can be leveraged and used.
Yeah, so Curate's for everyone. That we really designed it in a way where no one's excluded, everybody's invited. And our target market, though, where we think will be strategically the most effective in gaining users is really going after parents, and then parents who also have parents. So sort of the generational thing, kind of thinking about it from a family perspective. And then in addition to that, we don't want to leave out the opportunity for organizations. So I think Geekdom's a great example. I think there's lots of local businesses in San Antonio that are other great examples and all over the world. And the things that we think about from an organizational perspective, the way to use Curate is it is a private space for that company or organization to tell the legacy stories about how it got started, what were the turning points, who were the most influential people and then who are the people who might just be showing up every day and working hard and going home. And in addition to that, we were talking about was this yesterday at lunch? We were talking about Slack and Slack Donut and just sort of this idea that people want to connect in a way that's not necessarily business related. And I think Leslie actually suggested this, but people want to be able to interact and share things on a personal level. And so we've kind of thought about that use case for Curate as well.
The other piece that gets me really excited is it's an informal way to kind of coach towards your content, in the sense of, like, a good example would be a woman that I know who I've done a leadership program with her. There's about probably 300 other people who've gone through this leadership program, and once you've gone through it, you've gotten this really rich content, but you've got to practice it and put it into practice. So the people who've gone through that, taken the 2 weeks out of their life, paid the money to go through this, would get an invite code from her. And as soon as they get in there, they're going to see her prompts that she's created, her advice on how to use it, and then people interacting with the content for a very specific purpose of her leadership program's practicum. And so I love that, because we have a ton of creators out there who don't actually want to go and make a great website. They could literally just take their already paying customers and go, here's a code, and it's informal enough to make it work for anyone. Kind of skip the piece of having to make it look so good, and let's just get to the content. And I love that.
That's awesome. How many users do you currently have? Because I think you've released a beta product or MVP.
Yeah, we have about 100 users right now, and it is a very beta MVP. We're hoping that number, we're about to push that number up. So the new version that's not so much an MVP, but really our version 1, our launch product, will be out in the next 2 weeks. We said November 11th is our official rollout date, but you can probably find it on the App Store into next week.
I think, hey, let's give it some of this right here.
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's really awesome, and however we can support, we're here to do that. I think having a Curate pod for Geekdom, or just our, we can take our community virtual, which is something that we've focused on a lot, especially last year. How can we have our members interact during a time of COVID, right? And I think Curate could have been a great solve to that. So we said in the next 2 weeks, launching. That's exciting. I guess question. Starting an app, a technology company, did y'all have backgrounds in tech, or what is y'all's backgrounds? What was that like?
No, not at all. Might have been one of the reasons Joel shut this idea down at first. Our backgrounds really are in organizational leadership and building teams, which is, I think, actually, for me, the most important piece about building a legacy company. So one of the things that the decisions we made early on was to hire a development team that really what we were also paying for was the learning. And so that was really the process around our MVP, and now we're just starting to bring development in-house.
That's awesome. Talk a little bit about just, I guess, are you doing this full time? Curate?
No, we would love to.
How many jobs do we have?
The definition of bootstrapping and nighttime weekend. I run a nonprofit, and Joel does consulting. But really, to your question about kind of the founding of Curate, it happened a lot longer before the dream, because really the work I do is in mental health, spiritual health, and healthy growth. How do people grow well? And so everything that we build around Curate is really the tech version of what I do every day. So, you know, there's not a clean line between the two for me at all. As well as Curate is built to fund future entrepreneurs and nonprofits. I mean, that's our heart. So to me, you could say we have day jobs and this is that, but it's not. I mean, this is just what we're passionate about. People, connection, you know, tech.
Legacy.
Yeah, and healthy communities.
That's really cool. It's almost like this is going to replace the bags of old not VHS, like camcorder tapes, right? Because I mean, that's really the only way I can go and relive some of those moments. Now there's a platform for that that's safe and easy to use. That's super cool. Now, well, I guess, what is your favorite story to come from a prompt? I know, like I said before, there's tons. I've heard them, they're great, but it could be from y'all's family, someone that's using it, that's shared with you. Is there any stories that stick out?
Yeah, so one that I share a lot that I love talking about is, so as Casey mentioned, we developed the prototype. We put the prototype on the App Store. We have had over 100 people use and give us lots of input on that prototype. And then our family, I think, genuinely likes the prototype. It's not just we're doing this because we care about you. It's we actually like this. And so my parents are on Curate, Casey's parents are on Curate, our kids, we have 5 kids, are on Curate. My sister who lives in Germany is on Curate. And so we've been sharing based on prompts as well as just sort of what happens in the day. We've been sharing that, and you know, it's been a really great way to interact and see some things that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. And so one thing that's in that category of things that we wouldn't have seen otherwise was my dad was responding to a prompt. So my dad had a traumatic brain injury in 2013, and he's been working to rehabilitate that ever since, and I think he's at a really healthy place. But you know, he's really worked hard, and you know, certain things are different than before the accident. And so he was responding to a prompt one day, which was, "What's your most vivid memory?" And he shared that his most vivid memory was seeing my mom for the first time at Odessa High School in the 1960s and falling in love as soon as he saw her. And so, you know, I'd never heard my dad tell that story. I don't know if I'd ever like phrased the question to him, "Hey Dad, what's your most vivid memory?" But it was so touching. And, you know, he shared it on Curate, sitting at the kitchen table. And I guess that for me, it's such a great example of the things that we want Curate to enable for everyone, the memories we want to make available to those special people that are in our lives, or the groups of people that are in, you know, certain areas, certain segments of our lives. And you know, I think as a culture, we spend so much time storing up things that we value. And the way that we store our memories has really, to your point, has changed, right? You know, I remember my grandmother used to put photos in albums, and she had like bookshelves of albums, right? And I thought it was the coolest thing because I could, you know, go back. We had videotapes, and videotapes used to fit in a VHS player, and you could just pop them in there and watch them. And then we had CDs and DVDs, and none of that stuff is really around anymore. But the need and the desire and the importance of saving the memories that matter most to us is still really there and present. And, you know, I think that it's so important for us to start doing that, and we feel that Curate's one of the best ways to do it.
I love that. That story like hits me right here every single time. One of these. What's something that people can do now? To the folks here, to the people tuning in, is there like a mailing list? I'm sure there's a website they can go check out, better than the first one you made. Yeah.
It is. There's a real simple, much better website. It's curate.community, and there's a contact form there. And we're really interested in people that want to be first curators. We have we're working out the details, but kind of a kickback program. We'd love to, for people who really actually want to help us get users on the platform and create good content so that as others come on, there is content there. If you're interested in being a first curator, and we will make it worth your while, I promise. Go ahead and fill out our contact form. That would be an amazing action to take between now and 2 weeks from now when we want you to download the app and get your friends and family on it.
That's awesome, and I just want to stress that this is a San Antonio tech company that has a huge mission, super inspiring, and I want to make sure that our community does everything we can to support, because I really think that this is important. Social legacy, the first time I heard y'all say it, I'm like, that's amazing, because it's not social media. This is a way for families to connect in ways that it's like you're not always going to ask someone, hey, what's your most vivid memory? You never know what kind of answer you're going to get, so that's super cool. We're about at time. Any questions here? No, I just want to do one of these.
While
John,
we're waiting,
thank you.
or if there's any questions, just a shout out to Geekdom.
Yes,
I mean,
thank you.
we have really benefited so much from everything that we've gotten from the programming standpoint, from the co-working standpoint. I mean, you guys have just really, I feel like when we were losing energy, you were bringing the energy. The whole team has really just been spectacular. It's opened up a bunch of opportunities as well as connections. I mean, we have just expanded the idea scope, the opportunity scope, as well as networking outside of Curate. It's really been spectacular. So this is as genuine as I can make it. I have 1,000 examples of how we've benefited from being a part of Geekdom. So thank you, John, and thank you to Geekdom team.
Yeah,
Charles,
for sure.
Leslie, the whole crew. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Let's give it up. All right, so the website, curate.community. I'm gonna need y'all tuning in, all of y'all in the crowd, go and check out the website if you want to be a first curator. That sounds like it's gonna be pretty awesome. Some cool stuff coming there, and keep an eye out for the launch in 2 weeks.
That's right.
So that's really awesome, something to celebrate. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see y'all soon. Take it easy, y'all.
All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for San Antonio Startup Week 2021. Today's panel session is Building Amazing Team Cultures in a Post-Pandemic World. My name is Lorenzo Gomez, and I am the chairman of Geekdom, and I'm involved in 80/20 and a bunch of other stuff, but that's not why we're here today. We're here today to talk about culture, and I'm really excited to introduce you to our panelists. And when we were having our prep call for this discussion, I felt like we could have talked for like 3 hours. And so I hope that I can distill some of the awesome nuggets from our conversation, and then I hope that you all will engage and ask questions, because Lisa and Michelle have just this tremendous amount of knowledge, and their energy is awesome, which you're about to see for yourself. And so let me just start by introducing them quickly. I'm going to give you the high level, and then I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and just a little bit more of what they do. So on my left, I have Lisa Little, who is the general manager for Comedy Sports San Antonio. And Michelle Brown, who is the Chief Operations Officer of GDC Marketing and Ideation. And Lisa, will you kick us off and just give us, the audience, a little bit more about what you do, which is, I think,
Sure.
super cool as a Tina Fey fan myself.
I run an improv theater, and we have a few different levels of what we offer. We do entertainment live shows on a consistent weekly basis, and we also teach education. So we teach the art of improvisation, which spans a lot of different disciplines. It's not just for stage acting. We take what we do about making something up on the spot, and we translate it with how to bring that into your day-to-day life. And then I also go and teach companies how to communicate and use terminology that's more collaborative so that they can achieve their goals in a fun environment.
Awesome. Thank you. Michelle?
Hi, I'm Michelle Brown. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of GDC Marketing and Ideation. GDC is based here in San Antonio. We have about 35 employees. Don't have a tremendous amount of local clients, have more regional and national clients, but we choose to live in San Antonio because we love it. In my role of marketing, communications, and experiential is working with the team to grow, retain, build culture, and just help in the day-to-day operations of making sure that we're successful, but also the folks that are on our teams are successful.
So I want to kick off with a quick story, Michelle. One of your many claims to fame was this daycare initiative that I would love for you to tell the audience about, because I wasn't prepared when you told me about it, and it blew my mind. So.
Sure. So early on in the inception of GDC, we had a lot of new parents, and every parent runs the gamut of, holy cow, what am I going to do with my child with daycare? Do I have a family member? Can I take my child somewhere safe that I feel comfortable, that they're engaged? Do I stay at home? What is that balance? And so what we thought of is, well, why don't we bring our kids to work? Why don't we create a safe place for our kids? We'll hire folks who are certified childcare workers, and we'll create the environment that we want for our kids, but we'll have it right here at our office, and that gives us the opportunity to come in and have breakfast or lunch, or put them down for the nap, or bring them into our office and hang out. For nursing moms, that was a benefit. We had dads who brought their kids. And it was going really well. And then we had someone who was one of our childcare workers who just finished her degree, and the organization where she was attending school said, well, what can we do to help get you placed? So you're practicing what you've learned. She said, oh, I'm working at this great place, and just started to describe it. And they said, well, are you licensed? And she's like, well, no, because the parents are on site. And what happened then was a series of events where we returned into CPS to be able to help facilitate the closure, because we were not a licensed child care center. And we realized that in that process, a state law said you could either be a licensed child care facility, or you could be a drop-in facility, like maybe they have at a church or a bowling alley or things along those lines, and there was no middle ground. So nothing like 8 to 10 parents who were on a mission, and we were able to get a law passed in a legislative session where you could count on one hand the amount of things that got passed. It was incredibly contentious. And so you can bring your child to work with you in a daycare setting. You have to have all the right things done. You want to make sure it's a safe environment. You have to make sure that, there's background checks for the people that are working there. But in a nutshell, we're able to change the state law so that we could have our daycare, but more importantly, other people can look to us and model and do something similar.
I love that story, because I feel like it's the classic example of how I think people think culture is sort of this subjective, you can't really feel it or touch it. And here you have this company that's so culture driven that what seems to be this obstacle for everyone else, we solve it. And then, most of the time, if I got turned into CPS, I would just pack up and go home, right? And you said, you know what, this is just an obstacle.
Sure.
And now the law of Texas has been changed. And I just think this is just a great example. What I love about the story as an opening story is how culture can sometimes transcend outside of the walls and really affect, a mass audience.
Absolutely, and I think we didn't want to get in the business of licensing a child. Having a licensed child care center, that's a full-time job. That wasn't our core competency. But what we had was a desire to do it, but we also know there would be business results with it. When you get 500 applications for someone who wants to do some of the roles that were the hardest to recruit, that just spoke for itself. We were able to recruit and retain people longer than in any traditional advertising agency would. And the cool thing is that we all stay in touch with each other. Even though people have moved on, we've had daycare reunions, we've got a big 25th reunion coming up in November. Awesome. It's been a sticking point where we've been able to, very few places have an alumni association, so to speak, of the folks that have worked there, and that really helped bring us together because we grew up with their kids too. We saw their kids grow. We have a facet now that we give scholarships every year in honor of Glenn Espino, who was someone who's passed away, who was affiliated with our group, but to kids who were the children of GDCers, current and past. And we gave 2 scholarships this year for kids that one went through the daycare, one didn't, but we still care about them, we stay close to them. So it's a great sticky.
That's awesome. Before I go to your question, Lisa, Alexandra, I'm going to ask for your help here. So when we were doing our prep call, we wanted to do a little poll of the audience and the online audience. And so we just wanted to know who is here so we can sort of tailor our remarks to you. So just a couple of questions here. Anybody here running a hybrid business where you're half in the office and half remote with employees? All right. Anybody here whose company is 10 employees or less? Okay, very good. Anybody here who's 100% back in the office? And Alex, you can just tell us afterwards, what they're, who's still dealing with pandemic-related issues, sort of spilling into your business past, okay? And then who here is a founder, a CEO, or in the executive leadership staff, okay? All right, so we'll refer back to this, but we just wanted to get a good gauge on who is here, and then Alex will give us, just no rush, whenever you're ready. And while we're doing that, Lisa, you said something on our call that I think really goes to this specific topic and how, we have audience members here, but throughout this week, one of the things that we've seen has been a lot of online engagement. We have a lot of people on online that are tuning in. And you have this phrase that you both really resonated with, which is sort of meeting people where they're at. Mm-hmm. And I do think that the online streaming is what we're doing. We're trying to meet people where they're at as well as in person. Will you tell us a little bit more about that and that philosophy?
Absolutely. It's a lot of what you're already doing, right? You find the need that your employees have and you create like a resolution for that problem so that they can have a happy work life. Right? So as a working mom, that's huge, awesome. But the other thing is just kind of knowing who is working for you. There are generational issues, right? So older generations that are about looking at retirement, they come from the background of coming in early, staying late, working weekends, all of this stuff. So their incentives are going to really be different than maybe say my generation, that older millennial, where it's, I love to be in person, I love to collaborate, I love to build something tangible with a team, versus the incoming team generation that you're going to see of new workers that really value time off, that really value individual projects, and really value individuality. So my philosophy is you do have to meet your employees where they're at. Find what's going to motivate them, because it's not always a higher paycheck, right? With higher paycheck comes more responsibility, and sometimes that's really frightening to take on more, because what you really want to do is travel. So maybe it's rotating Fridays off, or work from home part of the time, or work from home full time. And the cool thing about what the pandemic did was it created a space for us to see what's possible. I like to use the story of Lynn Hill. She's a very famous climber. She's the first person to free climb the nose of El Capitan, and she did it twice before anyone else ever did. And before that, it was thought to be this like thing that couldn't happen. But since she did it, since she went and she showed that it could be done, now we've got people free climbing the nose of El Capitan all the time, and there's Alex Honnold just did it without equipment. Now they've got like time set. They're doing it in under 4 hours.
That gives me stress just hearing that story. I got anxiety just.
I feel very inadequate.
I'm glad someone did it.
It's that whole thing of when we're presented with something that we thought was impossible, and it's showing a way for us to be able to change. It's our duty as employers, it's our duty as people who are making the calls and creating the job positions to really meet our employees with what their needs are and what their little dangly carrots are that they're going to be chasing. And it's different for everyone.
I love that. Michelle, you had a couple stories on our call. I don't know if you want to think of one where.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're trying to do, and by all means, we're working on our culture every single day. We were known for having a very strong culture, and then COVID hit. And I think every business, no matter what size, everyone's trying to figure out, okay, what is not normal, but better than normal, because we know so much more now. We know, like, for example, I have someone on my team who I wanted to have, like, where do you want to go? Where do you want to grow? And she's like, honestly, I just need my kid back in a school that's not here and some ability to do my work. And for them, that's growth for them right now, right? It's really trying to understand, in meeting people where they are, what does help look like? Do you feel like you want to grow into new skill sets? Do you feel like you want to take on other things? Do you feel like you just need to build your base a little bit more? We're really doing a lot of listening. We're doing some polling and trying to understand. Again, with 35 people, it's hard to do polling that's anonymous because inevitably, even the team members will say, well, you're going to know it's me because if I give a comment. We've transitioned to town hall meetings. Our first one was a little tough. It's hard to do it in person and online. So we're constantly putting something out and pulling it back and trying to adjust, getting feedback from folks and trying to figure out where that happy ground is. Can we go back to having parties at the office? Can we go back to, doing happy hours or coffees? Can we go back to some of the things that we were used to, or how are we making those better? And we're really just listening to our team to understand what's the best way to do that.
I love that the tactic of polling. And I remember when I was early on at Rackspace, which was founded downtown, they used to do this Gallup Happy Check survey, and one of the questions was, "Do you have a best friend at work?" And I remember at the time, my best friend Dax worked, and I just thought that was so cool that they would ask that question, and I just thought it does matter if you enjoy the people that you go to work and hang around with. Do you have any experience with that specific survey, or do you use other tools?
We've done that Gallup Q12 survey with mixed results, to be honest with you. And I think it's because we're a small organization. And so best friend at work is super hard when you're working from home.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those conversations, we call them water cooler conversations. There's a lot of those water cooler, coffee machine conversations that just aren't happening, or that natural progression, walking from the restroom, passing someone's desk. It's just not happening in the same way. And we use Slack, and we've got all the digital tools that we use, but it's not replacing some of the things that were just naturally happening.
Yeah.
And so we really kind of struggled with that, which led us to morph into more of a town hall. We have a comment box that people can leave anonymously and electronically, and we're able to triage that, because if it's something big, we're not going to wait for the next town hall. But we're really just trying to fish things out and see where people are and how we can be supportive, or if we could just step back and watch the magic happen, which is okay as well.
Yeah. That's what when it's sort of humming. Yeah.
And we're not there yet, and I'm laughing because if my coworkers are sitting here watching it, we're not, and I'm going to be the first one to admit it. But I'll be damned if we're not trying, and that's the important thing too. Is we're really trying to dig in and figure out how do we get back to where we were, or what is that new normal?
But that's also the thing, is it's always going to constantly change.
Yeah,
you get to a good space, you have to poll, you have to check in. people's lives change, people's wants change. So
Yeah, no, very fair.
Yeah,
Very
it's
fair.
a moving
And we bring
target.
new people in as we grow, as people, inevitably leave the organization or come in. It's like, how do you keep that continuity to make sure they still feel the love?
I'll tell you, as someone who sort of, I was a young guy, 20 years old at Rackspace, and I had never worked at a place that had openly prioritized culture, and it was a shock to my system. And I was sort of a soldier, just do what you're told, and so it was really, really interesting. And to your point, it's a moving target. Inevitably, you'll get to a point where your culture does hit a snag. And Lisa, one of the things we talked about on the call, which I love, is that you're sort of like the fixer. A lot of companies bring you in when it's not going so well.
Yeah.
And specifically, one of your tools that I would love you to talk to us about is this notion of collaborative communication. And the quote you have is "yes and." And I love this as someone who just looks over the fence at improv.
So in improvisational comedy, we build something out of nothing. So we're not using props, we're typically not using like costume or anything like that. And our communicative tool is the concept of yes and. You accept the idea that's being brought forward, and then you add on to it. You add new information, you create and build that foundation together, and then the scaffolding, then you put up the finished work. Companies really could take a benefit of using that style of communication, because oftentimes people will bring ideas forward, and what are we told when we're toddlers? No, don't touch that. No, don't run there. No, don't do that. And so our first instinct is to, whoa, this is a big idea. Let's talk about it, but maybe not like go there, right? That's just a creative way of just shutting it down, is saying we'll circle back to that, right? But if you can truly say yes and explore the idea and just keep using the tool of add your information. Yes, I love that idea. Now imagine if we also did this. Ooh, I love that. Yes. Use the conversation and use the word yes. It opens doors and it creates possibility instead of shutting something down. Several times we've had, if we go back to like scene work on stage, stuff you do not think is going to work out. And it's the most exciting, thrilling ride, because the person on stage is like, all right, we're dinosaurs in outer space. We're doing it.
I was just going to use that as an example. Because if you watch improv, like someone has to start off and say, okay, I'm a T-Rex, and the person next to them can't just say, nope, next idea.
Yeah.
They have to say yes.
No,
yes.
you're not. Take off your costume.
Yeah.
Oh, you ruined my life. So.
I love that concept, because it's sort of, to your point, especially when you get into sort of the corporate America mentality, it almost feels like a negotiation. Hey, I have this idea. No, well, I'll tell you why you can't do that idea. And so you're sort of this passive negotiation of can my idea versus let's just say yes and play it through.
And the reality is, it's so much easier to be positive and say yes to an idea than it is to shut it down. And does anybody want to go to work where they're constantly being told no? Or like they don't feel like their voice or opinion matters? I don't think so. And especially, going back to like generations, right? Like we're ushering in a whole new group of workforce that needs to feel appreciated, that needs to feel like they themselves are contributing to the conversation. And you can't have a conversation without using collaborative language of yes. And
I think what I love about that is that from a manager standpoint, and we have a lot of executives here, it's not that you're saying yes to the idea, we're going to implement it. It's
right.
I'm saying yes to the process of ideation and saying let's let this idea in this conversation play out the whole way, versus yes, we're going to spend money on that. And I love that idea, because as a leader, I've also been guilty of that. Well, I have a lot of context. Let me tell you, we tried this, a year ago, and let me tell you why, versus letting it out there.
The value of saying yes to the idea and fleshing it out is they then get to go through all of the steps of, oh, okay, and it might open up a new door with somebody who has a different way of thinking. I think that's why, there's such an emphasis on diversity hire, is because people have different backgrounds. People have different things to bring to the table. And if everybody is exactly the same, then you're just gonna get the same stuff. And that gets stale really fast.
It reminds me of a quote I read. If anybody's ever read Tina Fey's biography, Bossy Pants, she talks about how in Lorne Michaels from Saturday Night Live, he would always have like a mix of like Harvard grads and then like performers that came up from the street. And it was like, if you had too many Harvard people, it would be just about Martha's Vineyard and lobster. And if you had too many Tina Feys, it would just be fart jokes, you know, so you had to have, and it's funny, I've used that in hiring on teams. I think that's the true essence of diversity is you have people sitting next to each other that are coming at the problem, right, from a completely different perspective.
Yeah, and if they're agreeing to listen and have a conversation and a dialogue about ideas, you're going to get to some really wonderful places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michelle, I wanted to quote you and talk about this because this is one of the painful things that I've seen in my career. And it's this notion that, to quote you, the closer you are to power, the least likely you are to know the true culture of the organization. And we just polled our audience. We have a lot of executives here. And this is something that, you know, has been a blind spot in my past in the organizations that whereas you think you have your finger on the pulse and you don't. Will you just tell us more? I love this idea.
Yeah, and I think this transcends GDC as well, in being in larger companies and smaller companies. You think you know, but you don't really know. And it goes back to hearing the authentic voice of the folks that are at all levels in the organization to get a mood check on their thoughts and concerns and building relationships with that as well. I think we're guilty of this in our organization sometimes is we think, oh, if somebody had an issue, they would raise it.
Right.
We're in a place where we're all being vulnerable. We brainstorm, we yes and, right? And sometimes I think folks are just super intimidated to raise their hand and say, I think of it this way, or I've had a problem with X. And not that, again, we're experts at it, but I've found that when you get that nugget, to praise the heck out of it because someone had the wherewithal to be able to bring that forth and you felt like you've created somewhat of a safe place that they can. But just to remember that just because you're looking over your shoulder at your leadership team and everybody's like going great, well, because they feel like they can come to you and it's an open door. And that you need to go a little bit deeper in your organization and make sure that there's a share of voice no matter what level and no matter who they are.
For sure.
Do you want to add anything to that, Lisa?
That's huge. That's huge, especially like with what I do. I think we're having such a great time. We're all going to our practices. We're all going to our trainings. We're doing really funny, fun stuff. And then somebody feels on the outside. And for me, I'm like, well, how? We're having so much fun. Like you do have to do a temperature check and having a great leadership team, but also being able to just go and connect one-on-one with your employees and open that door and loosen those boundaries a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we've looked for opportunities of how we bring in those diverse voices. Is it on actual teams? Is it we have a culture committee just to bring folks in? And making sure that we're getting representation and it's not just the same old people that are in the same rooms all the time. Is really trying to diversify the thought, who's at the table, the whole 9 yards. And again, it's never going to be perfect, but we're being cognizant of it, looking at things from that lens, I think is a good first step.
I also want to sort of double click, as they say, into this notion of trust. When we're talking about, as leaders, trying to get the pulse, I think that what I love that I think is built into the improv world is you have to trust fall. You have to trust, you have no choice, versus in the corporate world, it's a little bit hard. And I think that, you know, you're trying to create the conditions in the environment so that someone trusts you enough to really tell you the bad news if there's bad news.
Absolutely.
And they're only going to give you one shot, right?
Absolutely. No, and I think too, it goes back to everything we just said, right? Meeting people where they are. Go have a cup of coffee with someone. Ask them how their family is. What are their kids up to? You know, or how are their parents? Really trying to understand, because, you know, people are going to walk into work and there's going to be days where nobody wants to be there, or they're having just a really bad day. And if you know that their kid's teething and they've been up all night, you're cutting somebody some slack. You're kind of putting a different, you're just giving them a little more wiggle room to be able to deal with the things. And it just builds that trust, because trust has to be earned.
Yeah.
And if you're just dishing it out, the chances of you being in a vacuum and not hearing it, that is pretty real.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give you guys a tool that I give to my stage performers.
Yes.
It's like, if you are getting nervous, if you're feeling that heat, if you're feeling confronted, take a step back, plant your feet, take a deep breath, and allow for silence, space, and time, because you really do have time to answer in a responsible way and an eloquent way. I think people forget that people that are in leadership usually get there by having a little bit of a hard head and able to deal with things. And so confrontation can be one of those things that it's like, well, come at me, bro. But the reality really is that if we're going to create a space where people should be able to approach the person at the top, you have to listen and you have to digest it and use silence. That's a huge tool in public speaking and stage performance, is utilizing silence to then respond. So even if it's in an email, spell check it. I've sent out so many emails that I'm like, I'm just gonna quickly respond. And I tell myself, why don't you do what you teach?
Yeah, and I do. I think as leaders, it's super hard to say, ask a question and then, okay, nobody said anything, let's move on, right? And it really, I've had to almost count to 5 in my head before I move on, because so many people, we use strengths finders, and there's lots of folks that just need that processing time and that thought time before they can even, and it might not even be in that moment, and recognizing that as well, that some people just need to step back and process and think and come back with a very thoughtful answer, but they just think differently, and that's important.
Yeah.
You need all.
My 201 students that learn improvisation, then they have to go on stage and do their own ask. We tell the person who's going to go out and do that ask to give your ask, then give your own example, so that they have time and direction and they can see what you're looking for. And then they don't feel stupid speaking up, because otherwise you're going to get a room full of people who don't want to shout suggestions at you.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to ask you about is sort of some of the principles that you all use in your companies, specifically for the culture. And we've sort of, informally talked about some of them. The closer you are to power, the less likely you are to sort of, really understand, meet people where they're at. What are some other principles that you all have built that you found are successful, or maybe principles you've observed from other companies that you admire and that you've brought into your organization?
A good team culture always starts with fun. So it doesn't mean you have to go and spend a whole bunch of money and make this huge party and do these crazy things, but finding out what's a fun thing that we can do, can we play games? Can we all let's take our families and go to play laser tag? Just creating a space where people can not be so buttoned up and at work together, because then you get those moments of bonding and investment in each other. That's really good. And we practice on Wednesday evenings, and every quarter there's a month with a 5th Wednesday, and we take that 5th Wednesday. You think, oh, you do comedy, that's what you practice, that's fun. We have to get outside of that. We go and we play board games, or we go to a park and we play kickball, something that's different than what we're used to allow us to get together and bond in a different way.
That's
I love
great. That is great. We do an agency retreat. We try to do different fun things and put some content in there as well. But one of the things that we're in the process of looking at our culture, seeing where it was, seeing where it is now, and trying to meet some things in the middle. And so one of the ways that we're doing that, just to spark discussion, but also bring in other perspectives, is we do a book club. And so the book we're reading right now is by Kevin Wolfe. It's called Culture Renovation. And there's like a subtitle. It's 18 different ways to, or 18 ways to improve it. I'm gonna butcher it, but it's check your small bookstore and you'll find it. And it really provides high-level thinking, but low-level thinking as well. Sometimes books that we have read have been really, really high-level for large companies, and that's great. But we've got like 34 people, 35 people. How do you trickle down? It's too much of a leap. What I like about this is it tosses out a concept. It has some great examples, but it leaves us the opportunity to set the tone and ask a question, and then just do a lot of listening. We're even revamping how we did that. It used to be that one person led it. Now we're having other people own chapters and start the discussion. So we feel a little bit more diversifying thought and engagement. But it's not the this is the answer, but it really has allowed us to start talking about culture and what we want and what we don't want, which is equally as important, and calling out areas that we really need to work on. So I highly recommend the book. It's a great thought starter.
I love this notion of fun. I think it's a great principle, and one I've seen it, at the times of my career where I've really enjoyed working. I also have one quick anecdote about I remember I worked with a leader who had really bad engagement, and he came in one day with a bunch of Nerf guns and he just sort of plopped them down and was like, hey, here you go, have fun. And to him, he thought that was culture and he thought that was fun. And I think the difference in what you're describing is this very organic, grassroots, it's sort of emerged. It's a reflection of the people that you're working with, right? It's not a top-down dictated fun. Right. And I think those are some of the best environments because you have to customize it to the teams that you're on, right?
Sure. And with that, we're doing monthly different activities and things like that. Now that the pandemic we're starting, people are feeling a little bit more safe to come out. Our particular environment, we have a big courtyard, so we have an opportunity to have people come in, feel like they're safe, that kind of thing, or to the extent that they're comfortable with. And getting ready to do some more fun. Fun was super hard on Zoom.
Yeah.
We tried fun on Zoom. I know there's a lot of ways to do it. I don't know about y'all. I need one less Zoom call in my life. Times 10 about
yes.
every day.
Yeah, I think it was exciting to get on screens and get connection, but now we're in a hybrid world.
Right.
And sometimes we just don't want a screen to communicate. So finding what works for your company
100%,
for sure.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great lead into one of the things we talked about, which was it's sort of the high level, how do you build culture in a remote environment? And I'd love to hear your thoughts, and I know that there is no silver bullet. I don't believe in silver bullets, but what are your just high level thoughts on the new world? Because I think the whole world got a crash course in working remote. So it's just a tool now, right? Everybody has the tool in their toolbox. And how do we use that and make sure that the culture's not lost?
Yeah, so we're in an environment where, it's like, pause.
I was like, I can't.
We're in an environment where we are in the office 2 days a week, and you can pretty much pick what 2 days work for you. Some teams have said, like our creative department, everybody's going to come in the same 2 days because those are the days they're going to brainstorm together and ideate and all of the things. Others are a little bit more flexible and come in just basically how the workflow and where things are needed. For us, it's trying to be consistent with communication, and we start off the week with a team meeting, giving people a heads up, what's new business coming, what's the status of things, any news and updates. Our CEO has now popped out a question of the day in Slack to kind of just get some fun banter in the morning. We have teams that are doing happy hours, we're doing monthly things. We're trying to meet with folks and do those things like team lunches and stuff like that on days when we know folks are going to be in the office, or plan it far enough in advance so that there's some flexibility that you can build around it. It seems to be working right now. We're going to toss another poll out here in a little bit. we'll keep you posted, but just really trying to see some of the things that folks are used to, trying it out, pulling back, getting some feedback, tossing some more things out. We have had a growing sentiment from folks of, hey, this working from home full time I've never been more productive. Can I do that? And I think the answer is yes, but we still have clients to serve. We still have other things. So we want everybody, we're all adults. So we want everybody to be able to do the right thing that's going to work for them, and it's going to work for your clients, and find the balance and do some flexibility around that. But not a silver bullet, but at least what we're giving a shot.
I love it.
I would say don't waste people's time, right? Like, don't do a boring data dump that can be an email. Don't make them come in and clock in and sit there with nothing to do.
Yep.
Like, time is valuable. And I think if you can give your employees enough respect to have them have measurable, tangible goals, then they'll have fun when you do the company, value adds and stuff like that. That's a big one. Is we're all finding that what we want in this post-pandemic world is not to punch a clock. We want to be productive, and we want to get tasks done, and we want to be told nice things about ourselves, and we don't want our time wasted.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Could not agree with that more. Could not agree with that more. I want to talk about something that I've always struggled with in my career, which is hiring. And I always tell people I've probably hired more bad than good. And every time I hire well, I just go, oh my God, And so I just want to, because especially when you care about culture, it changes the dynamic of who's sitting there, who you're going to allow into the family, right? And so just walk us through any anecdotes, stories, principles, things that you've done wrong or right in the past that you'd love to share about during your hiring process and how you look through the culture prism on bringing on new people.
I personally think you should hire people that you want to work with, that you like their personality, that you, if it's have a company mixer and invite your candidates to come and hang out, get a feel for them as people. Because if you hire someone who's a really difficult person, they may be super qualified, they may do their job well, but they're going to make a lot of people quit because people want to put their time and energy in places and spaces that they enjoy being in. That's right. We all almost thought we were going to die, and so we all are coming out of this pandemic how do I live my best life? How do I really get what I want out of life? And it comes back to just enjoying the people that you're with. And I personally think that, yes, it's a lot of time, energy, and money to train somebody, but if you're training the right personality for your space, it will pay off tenfold because people aren't going to want to leave. You're not going to have the turnover to the same avail. So certifications and schooling is very good, very great. The resume is very great, but consider that you want to kind of know who you're hiring. We have the opportunity to create ways to get to know people before they get the job, and I don't mean send them through a gauntlet. That would be fun and crazy, but create an opportunity for people to suss out the personality.
Do you make them do improv? I feel like that's...
So what we actually do a series of auditions.
Oh, really?
And a lot of people either... I'm more apt to bring people onto our team if they've gone through our classes because I've worked as their educator and I know how they communicate and if they can be taught, because it's when you're working in a world of collaboration, you just don't have time to deal with somebody who's not going to take criticism. And it can be, criticism's a great way to grow and you can be delivered in a really wonderful way. So that's what we do. Also, we do little goodie bags and just different social things. Kind of if you think of varsity versus JV, you pair them with somebody and they decorate their locker.
Yeah,
that type of thing.
I like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hiring is super tough right now. There's the whole concept of the Great Resignation, and we have felt that in a big way. I actually switched jobs during the pandemic, and so I was at GDC 20 years, left for 5, came back. So we're called boomerangers. We had a group of folks that participated in that Great Resignation, and so one of the things we did is we fine-tuned our exit interview and really wanted to understand a little bit more about why they were leaving and any feedback they can give us. And then, inevitably there's people who are frustrated, there's people who've got a better gig, that kind of thing. And so you really have to figure out how you filter that to get the nuggets of how you can move that forward. And what we found was, if this was your first job or your second job out of school, and you did not have a lifeline, so to speak, so you're working at home, you're 100% remote, you're reaching out to folks and talking to them through Slack or having meetings on Zoom. If there was not some type of additional connective tissue to the organization, they didn't stick around. They didn't stick around. And some of them left out of frustration, and some of them left because they felt like, wow, I'm really just not gonna grow here in the way I think, because we were so focused on keeping the wheels on and keeping, building the plane, flying the plane, let's go kind of thing. And so it really made us take pause and step back and say, what should we be doing differently? And so we've changed up things on how we onboard folks in a hybrid environment. We make sure that there are formal check-ins, which sounds really stiff, but what we found is we were having check-ins with those folks who left, but we didn't call it something, we didn't name it, we didn't make it formalized, and I don't think it sunk in that, oh, this is what that looks like, because they didn't necessarily have that experience. So we call them O3s, one-on-one, and I totally ripped that off from my last employer because it was a great idea. And so those should be replicated. And so we have kind of a process where the people that report to me have one-on-ones. We encourage others to do that as well. Our CEO, our chief ideation officer, a partner who is semi-retired, will make arrangements to go have coffee or lunch and connect with them so they feel some connective tissue. We want to make sure that we're going through our culture and our values and core values and defeating and defining behaviors, things like that, to really feel like they're integrated more, and we're just checking in more frequently. I think in this environment, that's where we are right now. We want to make sure that they're coming to the parties. We want to make sure that they're included and they have, somebody taking them to lunch if they're in the office. But some of the things that used to work before just aren't working in a hybrid environment. So that's kind of where we are.
And it is interesting because when you bring someone onto your team or you hire, inevitably the chances are they're going to move on, right?
Oh,
like how do you get the maximum?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and two, we're setting goals, we're having mid-year check-ins. We have a 90-day review, which is more of just a, hey, how's it going? It's a formalized check-in. There's no reason for someone to have stress. Typically, we don't wait 90 days to give you feedback, but we've created these different milestones to really force check-ins because it's really easy to get stuck in the weeds, but also to make it a little bit more collaborative, that it's not just the director's responsibility or the person that is on your team. We really want to make sure that they're getting the love from a lot of different angles and seeing how that goes. So far so good, but again, we're constantly looking for ways to continue to fine-tune that. I think getting people acclimated to our core values has been the hardest because you're not seeing that consistent across the board when you're working from home. And that was something that was launched pre-COVID. And then we launched it, and then everybody ended up working from home, and it's not one of the things we're going to be working on next year, and as we go into kind of finishing out this year, is relaunching our core values, talking about those defining and defeating behaviors so people have an understanding, hopefully a little faster, of what is good and what isn't. And then we do show those to folks as we're hiring and making sure that we're aligned in that.
I'm gonna go back to core values in a second because I'm a real nerd and I love core values, but I want to pause and make sure, is there anyone in the audience that has a question? Oh, all right. Let's start with let's start with the gentleman right here. Yes, it's fine. So the question for online is, how regularly do we do temperature checks? Is that correct? Okay.
When we were working 100% from home, a little more frequently. Now we're looking to our directors to do that a little bit more because they're closer to their team. And they're formal and informal. So we'll do informal, like after we did our town hall meeting for the first time, we asked a core group of folks, hey, what are you hearing? What can we do better? What worked, what didn't work? What do we need to keep in mind for the future? Just those 3 questions, and tried to pull information from them. We did a lot more polling when folks were 100% from home, when climate was changing, when the pandemic seemed to, like, are people coming back to work? Are they not coming back to work? To really try and gauge comfort levels. And that town hall is going to replace more of the polling. We don't want people to get poll fatigue too. So we were a little bit more aggressive when we were trying to figure out how we were going to come back and if we were going to come back to the office. Now it's a little bit more, probably quarterly is what we're looking at in preparation for our town halls that we do. But then we also have that online comment box that people can submit feedback at any time. You're welcome.
Yeah. Again, going back to meet people where they're at, some people really like a consistent check-in, like need that like verbal affirmation from you that they're doing good, and they'll present themselves. They're the ones that reach out to you consistently, right? So those are the ones I would check in with more frequently. And then you have people that don't maybe want to have that confrontation as often, and then put them on like a staggered scale. I found that that works really well with us, with what we do. Yeah.
Awesome. Great question. Sean? And then, okay, yeah. So the question for online is when you said earlier that you want to work with people that you sort of like being around with, how do you prevent the place from becoming homogenous? Is that correct?
So maybe broaden it out. It's not just people that you're gonna pop and have this wonderful conversation with and maybe hang out with outside of work, but when you're feeling people out, it's who can work in your team environment, who can work with the personalities that you already have value and vested interest in. I think a really good example, I hope he doesn't mind me using it, is my husband was having to do an onboarding for somebody for a position that he was just filling in for, and then he was going to go back to his position. And he knew within the first like 10 minutes of the onboarding that she was just a challenging personality. And he was like, oh, okay, well, this will be fun. And did the onboarding, but you can tell, your team will be able to tell, does this person only talk about themselves? Does this person like not actually listen to me when I speak? Are they going to be forward facing with our company? Feeling out in that way is, so when I say, like, loosen that term of people who you like, it's not your buddies, right? Not your friends or people that you might go down the street, but personalities that you can work with. Because there are really challenging personalities that make life harder than it has to be. And I get that they might be a really good skill. Maybe that's where you bring someone like me in who teaches how to change the conversation to a collaborative conversation. Because sometimes it's just a little tweak of how we communicate.
I think for us, we do multiple interviews, and you would be surprised on how is someone showing up in time? Are they asking good questions? Are they asking questions where it's clear that they've done a little research on your organization, or are they coming into you cold? We make sure that they do some interviews with the team to make sure that, especially the team that they'd be working with, to make sure that we're not only looking at skills, but we're looking at how they approach the work. Are they organized? Are they deadline driven? And asking some of those probing questions. But then also, we really share our values and our core values to make sure that we're aligned. There's been several instances where people have said, yeah, this is different, or on this one I really feel more like X. And that's great. And I think in that moment you decide, is that a deal breaker or not? If someone is not aligned with your values and your core values and the mission of your organization, it's going to be hard to get them drinking from a fire hose when they start and, oh yeah, have the right attitude in coming in. What I will also say is I don't think anybody's found the magic wand to figure that out. And that's also where some of those 90-day reviews can really come into play, and having those more frequent formal check-ins to be able to give real-time feedback to someone to see, again, understanding who they are and what they're bringing to the organization, and are they just struggling to keep up because it's new, or are you going to start to see some patterns emerge? But if you come up with the magic wand, please call me.
Yeah. And multiple people in on the hiring process is never a bad thing, right? Especially have their direct boss in on it. Sure, you probably need to be in on it, but like maybe like a peer, just to meet and say, hi, do you have any questions for me about our team culture? And they can kind of hear where the importance is with the person that you're looking at interviewing.
The one other thing that we do is usually the hiring manager or me, because we're a small organization, we'll step out and let them talk directly with the team so that they feel like they have more of a conversation as well. I don't know if that's helpful or helps answer your question.
I also want to add, when I was at Rackspace, and this is not a silver bullet either, but when we did Strength Finders, what I like about Strength Finders is you can put your team in a spreadsheet, and Strength Finders puts them in 4 categories: executing, strategy, relationship building, and influencing. So you can see who on what your team makeup is and where they. So I used to be on a lot of teams that were too execution, and there was no strategic thinking. So we were just doing a bunch of work, but it wasn't to say it was strategic work. And I think it was really good to see, oh, we need to diversify from a strengths perspective.
We use strengths a lot too. That's good in finding teams. It's also really good when there's conflict, because you can go back and see, okay, where's this person coming from? I use the example all the time as I worked with someone who was incredibly analytical and asked a lot of questions. And I was like, what am I doing that this person has still, I've talked them through this, and they still have all of these questions. What am I doing wrong? This is crazy. And then I realized, oh, that's how they need to process in order to move forward. It's not, I mean, it could very well be that I'm not giving them the right amount of information, but they just need to ask questions to process. And then once I realized that, I'm like, oh, okay, that just changed the entire dynamic. So it's really it's a powerful tool.
Yeah, and that goes back to like leadership of trying to take a breath and not get defensive, because people communicate differently. All people communicate differently.
I agree. Sean, you're going to get the last okay, well, no, we have room. Yes, ma'am, please.
Yay, the microphone.
All right.
Hi.
I had a question about what are effective behavioral questions that I should use to build my team, like the top 3 behavioral questions, and then how would you analyze those answers?
The top behavioral questions. All right.
I really like strengths finders. So we don't do a lot of behavioral questions. We do ask, and we don't use strengths finders to hire. Actually, Kathy Kirsten taught us that. It's like, they really don't want you to use it that way. But once we have them on our team, we give them a book as part of their onboarding and the swag they get, and have them go through that and really understand kind of where their strengths are. And strengths also have shadow strengths. So when you use the strength, I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek, for good and not evil, right? How do you make sure you bring somebody back for that? We also have done situational kind of things. So when this has happened, give us some examples of your work history where you've been able to work through this, or you've been challenged, or things along those lines. It's really just how to pick after how do they react to different situations.
Are you familiar with strength finders? Yes, ma'am. Okay, yeah. So, and for the audience watching and for everyone else, Strength Finders it's a Gallup. The Gallup organization came up with this methodology. It's based on an assessment. If you buy the Gallup Strengths book, the book comes with a link where you can take the actual survey and get your top 5. And so at our company, they used to buy books. But there's other ones out there. There's Insights. There's Myers-Briggs. Strength Finders is the one we're talking about right here.
And what I like about Strengths Finders is it's the assumption that the strengths will always be your strengths, and your weaknesses at some point are always going to be your weaknesses. So how do you set someone up for success and focus on their strengths? And that's, I mean, that premise to me, I think that's talk about meeting people where they are. It's not like, oh, what are you not good at? It's, hey, let's talk about your strengths. And there's like an inventory of 34. You get the top 5 through the code. You can spend, I think, $25 or something and get the rest of them. It's really insightful. And even the skeptics that I know have taken it have been like, oh yeah, that is kind of me. Yeah. That is kind of me. So.
Yeah, having something like that's really awesome. I also love giving situational questions, right? Because then you kind of do get to hear how people react and respond, or allow them to take a second, even preface it with like, I'm gonna ask you a question. Take a second, think about it, think about a time. Finding what you do in your organization and where you place value in the problem solving of what you would want for that person, like how they approach a situation is really important. You know, some people would just get right to work. Other people need to bounce an idea off of somebody. But if you've got a position where they have to be okay with working solo and making tough calls, that's where you're gonna find that behavior thing.
You know, one other thing that I've done in the past, not for every candidate, but when I check their references, I also ask, based on what you know about this person, what can we do to make sure they have the strongest start? So like, are they someone that needs a ton of information to get going, or should I really parse that out a bit and like let them master this piece, and then this piece, and then this piece? Do they want a bunch of information before they start on their first day, because then they feel like they hit the ground running, or is that going to be overwhelming for them? It's really kind of understand, because if you're getting good references, how many people are going to give poor references? If you're putting that person on their resume, chances are they're going to speak highly of that person.
Yeah. And
so
check
really,
references.
Yeah, well, so but really leverage the fact that they know this person well enough that someone's going to put them on their resume to kind of see what's the best way to start this person.
All right, Sean, you get the last question. We're at time. Oh, yes. No pressure,
We have
but
a lot of questions.
it's got to melt our brains.
I feel like we need a drum roll or something. This better be a really good question, Sean. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
So, you know, let's say obviously you were trying to hire for like a great cultural fit or cultural ad, but when you would have realized that this person, this new employee, is quickly going down the other road, like how do you decide where to invest your time in like trying to, I guess, retrain or like teach this person what the cultural fit is, or do you just like hire fast, fire fast?
I mean, you got that trial period there. Use it and have a very frank conversation. It depends on like what your goal is, what your company is, right? What you're doing. Use that 90 days and just know that every person you're investing time, energy, and money in, and is it something that can overcome it, or are they like just really not gonna work? Are you gonna put more time and energy into this person and then they're gonna get disgruntled, you know? Or are you gonna lose employees because red flags are red flags? I mean, you can try to work with them for sure if it's easier, but sometimes I'm from the mindset of like, this might not be repairable. I need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I think strong onboarding and getting to know that person and frequent check-ins, especially during those first 90 days. I would be mindful of, and this may or may not be a helpful example, if the person is always late to work, always late with assignments, are those behaviors you're really going to be able to change? If it's not necessarily knowing or having the right skill set for it, can you train that person at, right? Giving that person an opportunity to grow. I would judge it with that. Yeah. But then what is that formal plan for that person? After that 90 days, if it's looking like it's not going well, we do like performance improvement plans, which sounds very HR-y, but it's basically, hey, this is what we've identified. These are we're going to collaboratively set what are your next goals for the next month, 6 weeks, however you want to do it. And then we're going to have weekly check-ins on how you're doing with that. And we might clear other things off of your plate so that you can focus on this, so we can get things right back on track. Sometimes that has worked. Oftentimes what we've found is that we've just made a bad hire and it's just not working. And then what we try and do is give that person grace and have them try and exit gracefully from the organization. So is that, how would you like us to share this information? In other words, how are we announcing to the team that you're leaving? Do you want to have a nice 2-week exit ramp? Do you want to announce that, hey, I'm going after a different opportunity. Thank you so much. I wish you the. How do you want to control that? Because really, in the end, we have the best intentions, and you know, our city is a big, small town, and we want to be known as the folks that if we're going to have to say goodbye, that we're giving them their dignity and grace, and that we're, you know, the chances of them saying poor things about us is lesser if we're trying to orchestrate that exit where it's mutually beneficial. I do strongly recommend, though, doing it. The analogy I've used recently is you got this really great looking banana and it's got a bruise. Do you cut off the whole banana, the big chunk, or do you just very gently take the bruise out so it doesn't damage the rest of the banana? A bad hire could destroy your culture, and a bad hire can destroy your organization. And it can be a cancer and affect the folks you want to keep. Yeah. So it's something you need to be mindful of.
Yeah, all of that. Great. That was great. I love that.
All right. Thank you. You've been a tremendous audience. We appreciate it. Everybody online for your engagement. Thank you to Lisa and Michelle. We appreciate you sharing your wisdom, and everyone enjoy the rest of Startup Week.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining in person and online to the Startup Week 2021 Fireside Chat. My name is Sean Attwood. I work with the greater SATX here in San Antonio, and really happy to be here and very proud and humbled by the opportunity to sit with Eric Somerville. Eric is the CEO of Venture for America, who I think many folks know of, but after today's panel, if we're successful, folks will have a better idea of the impact that they're making all around the country and in San Antonio. So Eric, I'd love for you to introduce yourself, let the crowd know what you're all about, and if you don't mind, let everybody know just real quick what Venture for America is, what it's all about, and anything you want us to know.
Sure.
And we'll kick it off.
Sean, thank you so much for the invitation. And I want to acknowledge the sponsors of Startup Week. Congratulations on pulling this together. We know it's been a challenging few years here, almost 2 years at this point. And so it's really great to descend upon one of our cities and meet everyone in person, socialize, get to know some of the key stakeholders, and learn about much of the work that's happening in your city. So as Sean mentioned, my name is Eric Somerville. I am the CEO at Venture for America. I've just reached my 75th day, so I've mentioned to many of our stakeholders that I'm about chest deep in VFA, learning, immersing, and just getting us a chance to meet everyone who we've impacted, as well as understand our cities that we hope to impact and bring our talent and our fellows to. So if you don't know, Venture for America, we are a 501c3, so we're a nonprofit organization. We are founded in 2011. And our mission is to create economic opportunity by mobilizing the next generation of entrepreneurs, by equipping them with the skills and resources to create jobs. So we target mid-sized markets with emerging entrepreneurial ecosystems. Our primary vehicle to create impact is a 2-year fellowship. So we have the privilege of engaging and speaking with some of the top talent around the country who have aspirations to be entrepreneurs. They go through a pretty rigorous selection process, and I witnessed one online the other day. I don't know if I had the chops to kind of get through how they jumped on screen and quickly collaborated and showed their leadership amongst some of the others that have applied to the program. So we select 8%. 8% lands us around, this year, 160. At the top, a little over 200 fellows, so you can see how prestigious and how challenging it is to get in our program. So once fellows get selected, we kick off onboarding with a training camp. That's where our community comes together. That's where we're really able to spark that entrepreneurial spirit, which is already kind of growing within them, and they connect with like-minded fellows who are looking for the same. Then we have a platform that we call Match, and what we do in all of our cities is connect with company partners. So those are startups in our local markets who are in high growth positions looking for talent to bring into their company so they can continue to grow. And so our fellows have the opportunity to interview, and during that onboarding and training camp process, they learn how to position their skills. And they're very analytical already. As I mentioned, we are very selective. And so they're matched with a company, they move into that city, and they spend the next 2 years with that organization, learning a specific function, specialization, helping that organization grow and scale, and putting them on the path so they can achieve their goals in being an entrepreneur.
Love it. Thank you. So it's a very special thing when Venture for America decides to enter into a city. I hope I don't butcher this, but I think y'all been in San Antonio since about 2014. Is that right? 2015? Good fact check on that? Good. That's a long time. That's a lot of impact. And I also sense that VFA has a pretty good understanding of when to enter a city, because it seems like starting around that time, now we had a lot of really great initiatives with Decade of Downtown and the investments with 80/20, with Geekdom, and then just the business community really rising up and rebuilding downtown, doing a lot of things, but it's like y'all seem to have like the perfect timing. So I want to know, what goes into the selection of a new city for VFA fellows? Do you mind expanding on that a little bit?
No, certainly. And so you can imagine 2011, our founder had a really big vision that he cast across the country, across his immediate network. Sharing that we're looking to create economic opportunity in mid-sized markets. When you look at startups and you look at Silicon Valley, when you look at some of our other densely populated cities with really just active ecosystems and startups already in place, we look at mid-sized markets, right, where we can really make a difference. So I think the environment in any given city is definitely top of mind to ensure that the value that we want to bring is something that's needed by that community. We also have been fortunate that our word and our legacy has kind of been socialized by word of mouth. And so for many of our cities, we actually have stakeholders knocking on our door and asking us to bring the program to the city. It sounds great. I think one thing that we always do with those stakeholders is, and I have here in San Antonio, I have to give a shout out to Graham Weston and 80/20, who were really the catalyst for us coming here. And then that network that Graham is connected to embraced us and really listened to what we have to offer and welcomed our fellows in. So I think that next level is having that connectivity and that desire to bring talent into the city to help grow the ecosystem. Now, moving forward, I'll share we are on the heels of our next strategic plan, and I look forward to being the new CEO here to reflect and look back and devise our blueprint. Like, what do we know needs to be in place for a couple of things to happen? For our fellows to have soft landing in a city that's embracing them where there's clear, opportunity. Cities where we have stakeholders, across private sector, across municipal agencies, all really interested in our work. And so I think that our next 10 years, we will really, I won't say prescribe, but we'll have a plan that we know that we can execute upon as we look to expand deeper in the cities that we're in, as well as cities that we might go into. And we always have cities who are coming to us to see if we can kind of enter, but we want to make sure that our 13 markets that we're in are definitely kind of reaping the value and the opportunities that we can bring.
I love it. What about when it's time to exit a city, whether it's mission accomplished or maybe that alignment just isn't there? Can you tell me a little bit about what's important for kind of the community to maintain to either keep Venture for America successfully running in that city, or when does Venture for America decide it's time to exit, mission accomplished, you've made your impact and you're ready to move on?
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily mission accomplished. I think at the end of the day, we are creating a pathway for young, bright minds to land and pursue dreams and goals, and to become established. Whether it be their fellow founders or whether they find themselves in an organization they continue to help grow and they become a C-suite leader. So I wouldn't necessarily say mission accomplished. I think pulling out of a city, there's any organization is going to have key performance indicators. I know as we move forward, being really disciplined around data and retention and everything that lends itself to us staying and fellows thriving is going to come more into view. But I think for me what's most important is our fellows, that they land, that they have experiences, they feel connected, they feel that the dreams that they had when they stepped into the program, they've landed in one of their cities, that those can be fulfilled. And our work isn't just applying a 2-year fellowship, right? It doesn't stop there. So our goal is to continue to provide resources, kind of wherever our fellows are, whatever venture they're part of, whatever venture they're looking to establish. And so that's going to go on. So we have an alumni network. We really look forward to kind of strengthening that. And so I don't look at it as mission accomplished, right? We have a community. We have 1,500 fellows who have gone through our organization. And I'm fortunate to go on this road show and meet many of them. And they're connected. I think the heartbeat of VFA is the community of fellows and alum that walk by our doorstep and kind of stay in cities and stay connected to one another. And we have programming to reinforce that. There's a big reunion that many of our alum participate in, and it's just great to see that it's all about them, right? And they will be here. They will continue driving themselves as leaders and impacting cities. So, there's not an end game in sight.
I love that. I love that. You did a great job explaining. Really, I had a question about that. So, it's a 2-year fellowship, right? Followed by a pretty intense process of being selected on selection day, and I hope we can get into that a little bit. But I am curious, there is that window, right, where the fellowship ends, and all of these doors have been opened up, and the fellow is they're really evaluating a ton of different choices, right? In some cases, it seems like they probably would be too valuable, to lose, from the employer's perspective. But then you have many that go on and they create their own companies, and so there's that gray area between. And so it's so great to hear that you have that alumni network. I'm curious, what percentage of VFA fellows go on to create their own startups, and what are some of the stories that you really like the most?
Sure. So we have 210 fellow-founded companies, represents 230 fellows, so there's some co-founders. So we're really proud. We know that there's certainly more to do. I do want to speak to after that 2 years and that alumni network, because it points to an opportunity, which I see, which our leadership, which our board sees, as we move into this next decade and kind of really leverage our learnings and realize that the kind of suite of resources, experiences, connectivity to subject matter experts, to VCs, to other founders, is going to be really critical. And we need to continue to wrap these services around kind of wherever you are, right? So that we can then increase that percentage of fellows that go on to found companies. Because there is that gap, there's that period. Now, I will share that we do have a VFA accelerator, so that has allowed a small number of our fellow founded companies to go through a process where they can really hone in on their skills, their pitch, have others help critically look at their business venture and just their whole revenue model. And I think there's great partnerships that we aspire to continue to create here in San Antonio and elsewhere that allow more of our fellows who aspire to be those founders to receive some of those supports after that fellowship, right? So I would love to see that number increase. I think we all would. At the same time, I think, someone asked the other day, they said, well, what is a point of satisfaction of success? And we talked about the 210 fellow founded companies. And then I think when you look at other fellows, are they successful? They are. They're working in companies. They may not be the founder, but they're supporting the startup community. They're supporting the ecosystem. And so I think as we move forward and kind of share our overall impact, we're going to be really nuanced and really detailed in what the outcomes have been. Entrepreneurship being just something that's really appealing. It's non-traditional, but it's really desirable. I think that's a great outcome. And now specifically, your fellow founder or you're still working with an ecosystem partner, I think that's just as great. But I think those wraparound services for us, the support, connection to investors, potentially connecting to other accelerators, are going to help to move those who do want to be those fellow founders kind of along that continuum, and kind of we'll begin to see that 210 number increase.
Love it, love it. So I had the good fortune of being able to, from an insider's perspective, I think it was 2017, they had a selection day at Trinity here in San Antonio, and the amount of energy and enthusiasm, I mean, it was, I mean, you'd have to open up some windows in that room because otherwise the building would explode. I mean, it was just, where do you find these people? I mean, I ask that because you find great talent everywhere, right? And I understand that these folks within a period of time had just graduated, you know, 4-year degree. But you made an earlier comment about how word of mouth is a really big aspect of your recruiting pool. I would believe that it was 100% word of mouth. I mean, these folks, they really wanted to be there. I mean, their enthusiasm was contagious. But I'm curious, just coming from a nonprofit world, you know, sometimes that's tough, right? The onboarding process, and you've got to get the word out. How much of it is word of mouth versus, you know, having, you know, to do outreach and get your marketing team involved? And what communities do you reach out to get the word out to those that might not know about Venture for America?
Sure. Well, I'll speak to the word of mouth because we're really proud that 41% of our incoming fellows are referrals from other fellows, right? So the word travels, rather the experience travels, and we have a natural kind of feeding of the pipeline for those who are already in the program, who have transitioned out of the program to alum status, reaching back and kind of sharing their experience, kind of where they are with their career to other prospective fellows. You know, formally, we do have a proper recruitment team. So we have a vice president of talent who's not kind of new to the space of connecting talent to cities, worked for Teach for America, and she has been amazing at structuring both a broad kind of national strategy for recruitment, you know, via I think Ripple Match and Handshake and, you know, other platforms that can connect to colleges and universities. But I think, you know, working in the nonprofit space and, you know, word of mouth, you know, engaging with the community's full contact sport, right? So I think that, you know, under the layer of that broad communication and strategy lies some really targeted work, some you know, recruitment events at college and universities, some targeting towards college and universities with entrepreneurship programs. So I would say it's kind of multi-pronged process, and we're fortunate that we are anchored with that 41% of referrals from previous fellows and alum, but we do have kind of strategies to kind of spread the word. And we're also, you know, fortunate that we've been around for 10 years. We just had a selection day on Friday, and I had to make some remarks to our judges, which you know, if you're familiar with selection day, we have judges that support that process, as well as to the prospective fellows. And I received a message in LinkedIn, and it was from a young lady who was in one of the group activity rooms that I just kind of popped in. It was online 2 weeks ago. And I got this LinkedIn message, and it was like, you know, and I felt so formal. Hey, Mr. Somerville, you know, thanks so much for stopping and observing. I've been thinking about Venture for America since high school, right? And so, really interesting. So word is getting around. Well, we can't take our foot off the gas. You know, I think how our unaided brand awareness has to be something that we continue to inch towards and expand. So I think it's several different strategies, word of mouth, as well as our carefully kind of curated recruitment and our messaging. And then we're fortunate to have some great company partners who also kind of spread the word, which is very, very helpful. And we're really grateful they serve in that capacity of being ambassadors for us.
Thank you. Now, company partners, I think this is a big opportunity here, and I would love to get some clarity out in this talk, especially for those that might be running a company or interested in getting involved. What are some of the key criteria that somebody that's running their own startup or small business would want to consider before committing and getting involved with VFA and hosting a VFA participant?
So, you know, I think a big consideration is to, you know, is to kind of reflect on your organization. And am I in a position, is my organization in a position to bring on some really driven, ambitious talent, who's looking to learn, who's looking to have experiences, who has an aspiration to be an entrepreneur. I think that's really important because every organization is that, and I've worked in small business, and you know, I remember at the very beginning, like, I don't know if you would have been able to accommodate someone who was looking to learn because we were a small shop, we didn't have that many resources, and we really kind of looked back and we kind of knew what we needed. We certainly didn't want to bring anyone into the fold that we couldn't properly steward and educate and provide just visibility broadly across our organization. So I think that's definitely a big piece. It's knowing what we're looking to cultivate, and knowing that the bigger picture of supporting these fellows is going to be a win for them as an organization, because they're going to get nimble, driven talent. Is going to be great for the community at large, because the talent might be coming in, they might be living elsewhere, so you're kind of leaving that pipeline. And I think, again, we are a mission-based organization that wants so many young people to realize that entrepreneurship, is a possibility. I mean, despite what we're seeing, entrepreneurship is on the decline. When you see some of the big wins across business, it's entrepreneurs, right? And so I think really understanding the bigger picture and kind of supporting that pathway, I think is important.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a great gift, but at the same time, as a business owner, maybe be careful what you ask for, because you're asking for a highly ambitious, driven, maybe opinionated, maybe hard charging, bright individual, right? That's going to come in there and add value, but they have to let them come in and add value, right? And so one of the rumors that I've heard is that some of the expectations are that business owners really do open up the doors to the boardroom and let the fellows get in there and let them actually experience decision making and budgeting and forecasting and product creation and everything like that. So I'm sure there's some crazy stories there where it just has been very empowering, but at the same time, it could be work for the employer if they don't know what they're getting into. But it's a perfect match for the right fit, and I've heard so many great success stories. I know in San Antonio alone, there's so many companies. The first one that comes to mind is Code Up. I think they've had a really good experience. Their coding school. It's almost as if you're going to hear about them nationwide like any year now, because they're just killing it in Texas right now. But I know they've had some fellows come through. I wanted to check on time. How are we doing on time real quick? Because there were a few questions I wanted to ask, but I want to make sure there's plenty of Q&A time. How are we doing? We doing okay on time? Okay.
It's 3:02.
3:02, perfect. Okay, thank you. There was one question. There's one a little bit harder question I wanted to ask, but you and I have some great conversations, and I love your perspective on kind of like looking at multiple pathways. Now education is changing, right? And so you're from Baltimore.
I am.
I'm from San Antonio. I think that we have some common ground, that our cities have experienced lesser than equal outcomes for certain groups and populations that have resulted in lower educational attainment. Like in San Antonio, we're doing better, but we're about 17% right now of all adults over 25 with a 4-year degree. And it's rising because of a lot of different things that have been happening over the past 5 years. And I see this happening all over the nation. First off, high schools are looking at more creative ways to create multiple roads to jobs and employment, that are alternatives to 4 years. Community colleges are starting to create more technical programs, and here in San Antonio, community college is free for 2 years for all Bexar County graduates. So folks are kind of opening up other roads there. And then there's the 4-year, which makes sense for a lot of folks. And so I'm sure you've been giving this a lot of thought, right? VFA has been very successful with the 4-year graduates going into the program and making waves, adding a ton of value to the business community, right? What are your thoughts on the future of Venture for America and what that might look like for other pathways, whether it's at a high school, community college, trade schools? And it doesn't have to be pegged to Venture for America, but in general, what are your thoughts on entrepreneurship programs for these multiple pathways that are really starting to give rise to many successful stories for people?
Sure. Well, I'll share what's first top of mind, and then I'll kind of back into the question. One, would you like to serve as my strategic planning consultant? Because I think what you're asking is pushing up against our mental model, right? We're about to launch our strategic plan, and I think any organization, many folks in the audience have companies where they go through a strategic planning process, right? And it's to kind of bust the way that you think and make sure there aren't any blind spots that you aren't able to get around. So, who knows what the future, will hold for us as an organization. So I just wanted to kind of share that, because I think you asked questions that really could have put pressure up against like kind of how we have gone about our work, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's natural. I mean, if you look at the rates of graduation, the rates of enrollment, there's a lot out there for, I'm sure will kind of come into frame as we're going through that planning. But I want to kind of talk about, high school and this being an attainable opportunity. You're right. I spent time in Baltimore. I'm still in Baltimore, and I worked in social impact, and I worked in youth development, and I would say, if anybody knows Baltimore, I navigated from Greenmount to Guilford, right? So, Guilford was a really kind of high-end, upwardly mobile, high-income community, and Greenmount was a complete opposite, right? Under-resourced, kind of like underserved, and then we have opportunity for young people, right? And so, how do we kind of connect the dots? And so I think oftentimes, and I actually found even growing up, like, when I can see it, I can believe in it. And so I think when you look at entrepreneurship in high school, like where's it showing up, right? For some of us, we know it's showing up because it's showing up across our kitchen table. We're having conversation with parents that are business owners and entrepreneurs. Others, not so much. And so, I think as we look at talent, as we look at being nimble, driven, resilient, we need to look broadly. And also, look where we can showcase this possibility earlier on in one's life, right? And so, in my work when I worked at the YMCA, it was a nonprofit in Baltimore, and community engagement and kind of, talk about that pipeline. We went really far back. We were really far back in early childhood. This isn't the case here, but I think for all of us, as we kind of like look at, who can access these opportunities, I mean, it's like ask ourselves, when is it the most visible? When is it the most potential of an opportunity one can aspire to?
I love it. And this is a great segue, because you mentioned your previous work in Baltimore. What you didn't say is YMCA, and you had quite a tenure there as, I think, the executive director of the YMCA. And a lot of folks think of YMCA as a place to go work out and everything, but I mean, it's so much more than that. The YMCA has done incredible work to help, single mothers with their children and childcare, and folks put food on their table. I mean, they really do a lot for the community. So I'm sure that they just probably they probably came to you and said, you need to come work for us because you understand community building. You've seen a lot, you've been in the trenches. So what's your approach to community building, just based on your experience and your attitude about it, and obviously your success in doing so?
Sure. Community building is a full contact sport.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's
a quote right there.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
That's it.
Right. That's why I'm here. You got to show up. You got to meet with people.
Yeah.
You got to bridge divides. You have to, build your conversational capacity. You have to allow yourself to be stretched. You have to kind of know what people are up to. You need to find ways to collaborate, right? To, collective impact. I think, if you want to go far, don't go alone, right? And so community building allows you to begin to build that network of like-minded.